Everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Board of California's Quarter Day 2. Pursuant to the provisions of Governor Gadsden's Executive Order N29-20, dated March 17, 2020, this meeting is being conducted via WebEx. Public comments will be heard for each agenda item for individuals wishing to do so. In order to be upon, we ask that you please ensure that your comments can be heard clearly by being connected to the audio of this meeting through the proper method. If you are having difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting, it could be because the device you are connecting with has bandwidth limitations. If you do have difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting using your device's audio, please click the ellipsis at the bottom of the WebEx application or the Communicate menu item at the top of the WebEx application, and then select Audio Connection. You will see the option for call-in and will be provided with a telephone number, access code, and attendee ID that can be used to connect to the meeting audio via phone. Using the information provided, it will automatically disconnect your device's audio and connect your phone to your name you joined the meeting with. By using this, if you are having problems with your device's audio, this will allow you to still participate and hear the audio of the board meeting. Please see the instructions on how to connect link at the last page of the meeting agenda for step-by-step WebEx instructions, including screenshots. Thank you, President. You may now start the meeting.
Okay. Good morning. I want to ask everyone to please turn their cell phones to silent. This meeting is being conducted via WebEx. I will ask all board members and speakers to announce themselves by name before speaking for clarity of the official record. All board members are able to unmute themselves to speak during the meeting. Please place yourself back on mute when not speaking to reduce background noise for all participants. Following such online meeting etiquette will ensure the best quality for everyone. During each call for comments from the board members and speakers, we will ensure that all comments can be accommodated and are heard before proceeding with the next agenda item. This is an official board business meeting of the Medical Board of California. As such, disruptions of the board meeting and business will not be tolerated. We have a designated time on the agenda for public comment and will ask for public comment on each agenda item. I ask that you be respectful of the need to conduct the board's business. Should anyone disrupt the meeting, I will ask that person to conduct him or herself in such a manner that permits the board to transact its business. The board welcomes public comments on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. During each agenda item, the host moderating this WebEx event will activate the Q&A feature of the WebEx and will ask anyone wishing to make a comment to please indicate so by replying yes. The host will then call on individuals who indicate they wish to make public comments by name that they joined the WebEx event as. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual and they will have 3 minutes to make their public comment. The host will audibly announce when the 15 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After 3 minutes have lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. Please see pages 7 and 8 of the WebEx instructions on how to connect from the link on the last page of the agenda and for screenshots and additional detailed instructions. During agenda item 13, public comments on items not on the agenda, the board has limited the total public comment period for individuals to 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comments on any other agenda item, 20 minutes will be allowed for comment period. After 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. The board's IT staff will assist me throughout the day with receiving the public comments via WebEx during this meeting. I want to remind all speakers to please stay on topic and keep your comments to the allotted time or less. Today's meeting will run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law, and we plan to end today at 2 p.m. I would like to call the meeting to order and ask board members to unmute their computers. Ms. Caldwell, please call the roll.
Dr. Gonachev,
Here.
Dr. Hawkins,
Here.
Dr. Kraus,
Present.
Ms. Lawson,
Present.
Ms. Lubiano,
Here.
Dr. Lewis,
Present.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Torado,
Present.
Mr. Watkins, Dr.
Present.
Ms. Pines.
Present, we have a quorum. Board members, please mute your computers. I would like to remind the members again that we will be taking roll call vote on all action items. Moving to agenda item 13, public comment on items not on the agenda. Before I ask for the public comments, I would ask individuals making comments not to discuss pending complaints, pending licensing applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to members that is outside the record and in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. In addition, the board would like the public to address the board as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action board members can take is to listen to the comments and decide whether they want a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken on the item at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like the board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure that rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please wait until that agenda item. Comments at this time are only for items not on the agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I will now ask the host to call for public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Pines. Attendees, I have opened the Q&A box. If you wish to make a public comment, please indicate so, and I will call you in the order that the requests are received. The first request I see is from Susan Lauren. Please give me a moment to open your line. Susan Lauren, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Susan Lauren. I don't feel good. I never do because of the assault. So that's what you hear. In America, there is a white coat con, which is particularly bad in California. Surgical assault and medical malpractice is common and covered up. The victims, like myself, endure gaslighting, misplaced blame, threats, gag clauses, slander, ongoing pain and problems from physical harm on every level, including destitution. I watch helplessly as offenders go on to harm others, regardless of the work I do as a survivor to obtain justice. The system, of which the Medical Board of California is the nucleus, protects the offenders. In tort law, the standard of care was famously described in Vaughn v. Menlove as whether the individual proceeded with such reasonable caution as a prudent person would under such circumstances. Standard of care can only be argued through the use of a so-called expert in the same field. There is common knowledge exception, as in the instance when an average person can easily understand the carelessness, as in Linda Crowley versus Virtua Health System. Did you watch the video I sent you yet? My case is res ipsa loquitur. Saul Berger viciously surgically assaulted me. He was not prudent or cautious when he permanently disabled me. He stabbed me repeatedly into muscular and bony areas for no reason on over 60% of my healthy body and removed pounds of needed lean tissue, leaving me a bloody mess. Saul Berger lied in his notes and created a trail of lies, including but not limited to slanderous letters to the referring doctor and SSI. Standard of care means nothing in California. The doctors covering up harm will concoct any excuse as to why the harm was done. Dr. Terry Dubrow was hired by the defense as the IME to hit talking points in court to support their lies and cover up the crimes that Saul Berger committed against me while I was unconscious under anesthesia. By participating in this fraud and slander, Dubrow left me at risk for homelessness because I can't run my businesses anymore due to the heinous surgical mutilation. During the deposition about the surgical mutilation, Dubrow laughed about how much money he was making for being an expert witness. Why do you think they call it plastic surgery? He quipped, referring to the use of credit card to pay for his costs. Dubrow used his position as a reviewer for the Medical Board of California to sway and mislead my jury. How did this happen? Every one of you is culpable for this abuse. Greed, brazen, illegitimate inability to regulate doctors in any rational way to protect the public. You've taken on this job, and you need to do it. I've been working with the idea of patient-approved records. A person being treated or their guardian would be able to contribute and sign off on the records. We all know that a rapist or batterer will not attest to their violations. You can look at the history of Ravensbrück concentration camp where they operated on women in heinous ways. This is happening in California, and you just like don't even hear me. And I represent thousands of women, and it's a shame.
Thank you for your public comment. Next request we have is from Hannah Ree. Please give me a moment to open your line. Hannah Ree, are you there? Hannah Ree, are you there?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, I apologize. So this is Hannah Ree, Dr. Ree again from Black Patients Matter. Thank you for having me again. Yes, yesterday WebEx unfortunately dropped some of our supporters, and they were not put online. And then there were times where they ignored my request to speak, but I'm feeling hopeful about it today. So today, unfortunately, I'll have to use harsh language in describing corruption. So today we will hear from the corrupt white police officials from the AG's office, that would be Ms. Castro's office, and from the HQIU Chief David Chris. They are responsible for the suffocation, the hanging, the shooting, and the murdering of reputations of minority physicians while they work under guise of state law. So as I stated yesterday, the 2,000-page transcript from my hearing were altered, as witnesses will testify to. Statements from the DAG Megan O'Carroll mocking my ethnic hair, your medical expert, Dr. Hiltzinger, blaming Black Lives Matter for losing his volunteer job position with the SWAT team, and your expert psychiatrist, David Lavid, admitting under oath that he had never heard of a specific preacher in a church. That information, part of it was deleted and altered. So it's important it's very important in my case that the issues get addressed. So you want to know why it takes over 500 days to close a complaint and where all the money's going. It's going to fund the white policing force in California to beat down and stab to death the reputations of physicians of color. Corrupt police officials, expensive commodity, and unfortunately you're funding it. Recall the murders of George Floyd, slowly killing him while the world watched on and no one helped him. So this is what's happening, and I'm here to speak out about it because I'm a whistleblower. So Medical Board, please stop funding the hate, lynching, stabbing to death, the reputation of minority physicians. Chief David Chris and Attorney Castro must go. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Eric Andrus. Please give me a moment to open your line. Eric Andrus, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
So how many of you took anything I said yesterday to heart and did some research or spoke to anyone else on the board to check out the information I provided? How many of you are concerned that this board held a closed session yesterday that was broadcast to at least some members of the public and after being warned did nothing to shut it down? I sent a warning email to Carrie Webb about it at 11:17 a.m. so y'all can't say you weren't warned. How many of you are concerned that members of the public are continually bringing up the health status of Dr. Ron Lewis, his impaired speech and impaired mental faculties, and no one on the board is addressing it? We spent most of the meeting having to hear him breathing heavily into his microphone and heard him say in the closed session, in response to a case of a doctor that had a twin baby that died in childbirth, quote, "Things happen in medicine. They just do. They're tragedy, but we can't hang everybody." And by everybody, he meant his fellow doctors. But while we're expected to believe that this board is completely unbiased, baloney, he just proved otherwise. I wonder how many how the twin baby's family would feel knowing that he said that. I think I'll contact them and let him know how he feels about disciplining that doctor. After hearing what he said, how many of you were concerned about especially concerning doctor members of this board, that there is clearly bias to protecting bad doctors? Is it any wonder that only 4% of the complaints end up with discipline and that any kind of attitude rampant with this board? Clearly, Ron's statement is going to be brought up to the legislature during the sunset review. We also heard Carrie reprimand the panel members because they were using the term punish. She replied that the board doesn't have the ability to punish. I call bullshit on that. That's just semantics to try and make the board look caring and responsible. Let's look at some of the terms used by this very board. Public reprimand. How does a reprimand not denote punishment? On every single accusation this board publishes, it lists the causes for discipline. Several of those include categories like gross negligence and sexual assault. Now, if this board finds evidence that these causes are true, would it not be irresponsible to not punish the doctor for that? If a doctor kills a patient with gross negligence, like in my sister's case, or does a surgery wrong, leaving a patient with ongoing medical problems for life, like in my case, and the investigation found that there was enough evidence showing it all to be true, would it be appropriate to say, "Dr. So-and-so, we have found you to be guilty of gross negligence or sexual assault, but as a board, we have decided to just rehabilitate you. We're not allowed to punish you. Here's a little slap on the wrist that we call a public reprimand. Now go on your merry way, and please try not to harm any other patients." No, in a few cases, you actually give them probation and send them back to school. That's a punishment, Carrie. And this board further punitively punishes the doctor when they post their decision on the internet and in the newsletter for doctors' fellow colleagues to see. So once again, I have to wonder about Carrie Webb's qualifications to be leading this board on legal matters, because we've caught her misleading the board on multiple occasions. And
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marianne Hollingsworth. Please give me a moment to unmute your line. Marianne Hollingsworth, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed.
Good morning. My name is Marianne Hollingsworth, and I'm a patient safety advocate. First, I'd like to congratulate William Persiska on his position as the new executive director of the medical board. I hope he will bring strong leadership to this board and push for patient rights and protection. You have inherited a board that, for the most part, favors doctor rights and reputation over safety. You've also inherited a regulatory system that, by its own admission, takes an average of 3 years to completely investigate and resolve a complaint. I hope you are allowed to make your own decisions and will not yield to pressure from the California Medical Association. I would also like to make yet another request for the medical board to provide a report on the status of the death certificate project at the next meeting in the fall. I made this request initially last January. The reason I asked for an update is that there has not been any action taken against any additional doctors since last year, when 64 were named under the DCP. The medical board started out strong with the DCP, but then the CMA complained that it was a witch hunt and the board took a huge step back. The public deserves to know if the board has backed off from the DCP, because it sends a strong message to doctors that overprescribing opioids will not be tolerated. Please put an update on the death certificate project on the agenda for the next meeting. And in closing, thank you for your comments about looking for the way the complaints are handled by the board. 3 years for investigation for harmed patients to wait for accountability is just too long. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Rosanna Davis. Please give me a moment. you there?
Yes, good morning. I'm commenting on behalf of Faith Gibson this morning, California licensed midwife. Speaking on behalf of California College of Midwives, she's having trouble getting in the queue. She states, I assure you that mothers and midwives in California fully understand the risks associated with VBAC and are not being cavalier when we defend the right to choose an out-of-hospital VBAC. While trend-setting hospitals, such as those in the Bay Area like Stanford, have simply banned VBAC altogether, even when the mother already had several successful vaginal births after cesarean section. Cesarean surgery and VBAC are two sides of the same coin. The high C-section rate is a much bigger problem than political issues of midwives. The U.S. needs to reduce its horrifically high cesarean rates so the number of women seeking VBAC services is reduced to a mere trickle. While readily acknowledging the risks of VBAC, they also are a rare occurrence when labor is not being induced or sped up with Pitocin, and statistically speaking, no higher than the other possible complications in both hospital and out-of-hospital settings. Even better news is that evidence-based science already points to the way to dramatically reduce VBAC-related uterine ruptures. The single most important action is not to use uterine-stimulating drugs such as Pitocin and Cytotec to induce or speed up labor. An article in the Professional Journal of American Family Physician explains how obstetrically managed labors are unintentionally associated with increased risk for VBAC mothers. It goes on to say that uterine rupture is not just an inevitable danger of post-C-section labor. I quote, "It is well established that the excessive uterine stimulant causes uterine rupture. The majority of post-C-section care included the use of Pitocin to induce or speed up labor. Pitocin is widely used, so it's not surprising that this uterine stimulant has been administered in the majority of ruptures. One center found that Pitocin had been given to 77% of their ruptures and was typically used to stimulate labor in women with prolonged latent phase. It turns out that the greatly feared exploding uterus in VBAC patients is directly associated with obstetrical use of Pitocin as not the natural propensity of an incised uterus to spontaneously rupture during a normal labor in which uterine stimulants are not being used. As you know, California midwives are only permitted to use Pitocin after the baby is born to prevent or treat excessive maternal bleeding. So for women who labor naturally, no Pitocin induction or augmentation of this VBAC-related emergency is induced. Preventing unnecessary cesareans is increasing the rate of normal vaginal births."
Your public comment. Next up, we have Faith Gibson. Please give me a moment to open your line. Faith Gibson, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
You know what? I'm just going to read the last couple lines that didn't get read before. So for women who labor naturally with no Pitocin induction or augmentation, this related emergency is reduced by orders of magnitude and greatly increases the safety of VBACs in all settings. Preventing unnecessary cesareans by increasing the rate of normal vaginal births is the gift that keeps on giving, as it reduces the increased maternal death rate associated with both primary and repeat cesarean surgeries. This is directly in line with the medical board's legislative mandate to protect the public safety. Thank you for listening, and I'm finished.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in the queue. I'm going to go ahead and close it down and turn it back to Ms. Stein.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item 14, we have a presentation on the Federation of State Medical Boards policy on physician sexual misconduct. Dr. King is a past chair of the FSMB Board of Directors. She currently serves on the FSMB Foundation Board, the FSMB Pandemic Preparedness Workgroup, and the FSMB Education Committee. Dr. King is currently a professor of medicine at the University of Vermont Larner's College of Medicine, where she is an active in medical school curriculum development and medical student teaching. In his role at the FSMB, Mr. Stats is responsible for developing organizational policy related to medical regulation, advising on educational initiatives, and supporting the FSMB's work in ethics and professionalism and the work group on physician sexual misconduct. Mr. Stats is currently writing a doctoral dissertation on conflicting rights and health policy. Dr. King and Mr. Stats, thank you for joining us. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I think I'm calling in from Burlington, Vermont, please.
Yes.
Thank you. So it is afternoon here and morning in California, but I want to thank you so much for the invitation for Mr. Stas and myself to present today for your meeting. As Ms. Pine said, that we will be presenting on the newly adopted FSMB policy on physician sexual misconduct that was adopted at the annual meeting virtually last early May. And I think that Mark will be working the slides. We're going to be going forth with both of us presenting different parts. And so we'll be communicating forth as we work through these slides. So Mark, if you could advance to the next slide, please. So this, again, this just is an outline of what our presentation will be today. I'm going to begin with some background regarding the FSMB prior policy, as how we came to revisit our prior policy and develop the new policy that was just adopted. We'll then, Mark will spend some time talking about the work group and the procedures and meetings and kind of approach that we took, as well as discussing some of the key issues, our findings and discussions. And then we'll both share in presenting the major recommendations of the work group and then finish up with time for question and answer period. We really hope that we'll have a good exchange of questions and answers today, and we're really looking forward to your comment. California was very helpful in the development of the policy, and especially Carrie Webb, who attended one of our symposium that the work group held. So on the next slide, I just want to begin by giving some background. As we all know, sexual misconduct and physician sexual misconduct is a grave concern for all of the 71 medical boards across the states and territories of the US. And it's not a new issue at all. And in fact, in 2006, the Federation at that time had a policy on physician sexual misconduct. But more recently, a lot of new light has been shown on the topic, and I really look to 2016 as a especially important turning point. In July of 2016, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution published a series of stories on physician sexual misconduct. It was really very complete. Their reporting told the stories of patients, told the stories of misconduct by physicians, and was really quite critical of some state boards at certain times in terms of their delay in public protection. FSMB issued a statement following this publication, and again, issued a statement of no tolerance for sexual misconduct and quoted the 2006 policy. But on the heels of this, really, there were several other very prominent cases that came to everyone's attention across the US. Obviously, Larry Nassar and his former employment with US Gymnastics and Michigan State University, George Tyndall at USC, and his work as a gynecologist, which the California board is well aware of. Richard Strauss at Ohio State, his work with student athletes there as a sports team doctor. These 3 cases were all involved with students at universities, but in addition, there were many cases in the public sector outside of academics and colleges, including Robert Haddon, a New York City gynecologist, and many others. So JC report, and then many of these very prominent cases coming out really kind of simultaneously and one after another. Obviously, there were many indications of a system that was broken or not working. Multiple people were involved. There were clearly delays in reporting of cases to law enforcement and to state boards. There was delay in action, and there was really time for more harm to be occurring to the public. So in this environment, as I became chair of the Federation's board in 2018, it was clearly time to reevaluate 2006 policy. And as a result, we formed a work group and went to work to really try to take a new look, step back and really evaluate the old policy, look at it in the setting of 2018, and then make some changes. So this slide really just reminds us of the 2006 policy. And I looked it over again this morning. When you read it, it's not that the policy isn't a good policy, but it's just lacking in many ways, and especially a new lens on this in 2018, we saw a lot of shortcoming. And when we started, we thought, well, we'll just have to revise this policy. But in the end, we really made a total change and ended up incorporating many new thoughts and new approaches to what we felt the state boards needed to be doing. So on the next slide, again, when we started, every work group has a charge, and I think this is a good charge, but it had some shortcomings in the end, and I'll be critical of it because I wrote the charge, and it was a good place to start. Really, our work group grew so much in what we learned as we went through this process that we went significantly beyond what the charge was. I mean, we started with collecting available disciplinary data, and there were really some pretty good papers that had recently come out, looked at disciplinary data on physician sexual misconduct. And what from the get-go was that this was grossly underreported, that the offenders often and most often repeated misconduct and repeated misconduct in an escalating way. So it was clear to everyone on the work group that early reporting was crucial in order to prevent. And then we also saw the importance for a need for cultural change as we read the literature, and a need to include not just the state boards, but all organizations involved in medicine. We wanted to identify barriers. Barriers to reporting were a major contributing factor to harm, but it wasn't just the victims themselves, but it was the barriers that everyone and everything presented. So we wanted to be very inclusive of having everyone take ownership on the responsibility for reporting, both to state boards and to law enforcement. We also wanted to what state boards were already doing to address this important issue. We often find that state boards in their individual states are doing some really important and progressive work. And I will say California was a very important state in that regard. I've mentioned culture already, and we really wanted to assess the prevalence of sexual misconduct training in medical school and graduate medical education. And we looked to the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine report that had just come out when our work group started that really pointed to problems in medicine, kind of a permissive environment of harassment, and the need for that to change. And then, as I said, we also wanted to look at the existing FSMB policy and provide, and as I already indicated, in the end, we ended up making quite a bit of change in order to better serve the public as we move forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark. And as I said, we'll be going back and forth, but turn things over to him for him to explain a little bit more about the work group process.
Well, thanks very much, Dr. King, and thanks to the Medical Board of California for having us with you today. As Dr. King mentioned, I'll talk a bit about our process generally at the Federation of State Medical Boards for developing policy. And we typically do this through a committee or a work group approach. Often work groups will involve maybe 5 to 7 or so representatives from state medical boards, as well as any subject matter experts that we need to bring in based on the topic at hand. So this was a particularly big work group. We had representation from 12 medical boards of varying sizes, structures, and geography. And we also brought in 2 different subject matter experts. One was a physician bioethicist from Harvard, and the other was an expert in professional boundaries, specifically related to remediation of boundary violations. We also had representation from Canada. Our sister organization, the Federation of Medical Regulatory Authorities of Canada, had their CEO on our work group as well. So we were able to bring in a pretty broad representation of the voices of the medical regulatory authorities across the US. We also tried to make this a really inclusive process whereby we took advantage of as many opportunities as we could to hear about the experiences of medical boards with respect to both sexual misconduct, as well as issues that might relate to the duty to report or to professionalism in general. So we started that off with the 2018 FSMB annual meeting, where we held a sexual boundaries breakout session. So this was mainly an educational session, but also gave us an opportunity to hear about some of the key issues that boards were facing. And we followed this up with 2 annual surveys where we asked a number of questions to state medical boards, but included several about sexual misconduct and boundary violations. And then at our 2019 FSMB annual meeting, many of you on the call have probably been to the FSMB meetings and have been to our breakout sessions or our board forums. These are usually attended by about 30 to 50 people. But when we had a sexual boundaries forum, we had at least 200 people in the room. It was a very large conference room and it was standing room only. And there were a lot of passionate positions presented. And so we knew this was a key issue already, but we heard a lot more nuance during that day that we were able to bring back to our work group and inform the policy that we eventually developed. Dr. King mentioned a symposium that we held in Washington, D.C. that was attended by Carrie Webb from the Medical Board of California. We brought in additional boards. We thought, we've already had good representation on the work group, but we brought in representatives from other boards that we hadn't heard from yet, again, including California. And we examined some of the key issues that had already been identified throughout the process, and I'll talk about some of these in a moment. And then finally, as we always do, once we developed a draft of the policy, we held a consultation. Normally our consultations or our comment periods last for about 30 days. This time we approximately doubled that duration because we knew we would be receiving more comments than usual. And we did, in fact, receive more comments than we're used to seeing. So we also normally only receive comment from state medical boards themselves as our members. This time we really did our best to identify several different external partner organizations, also public organizations, patient advocacy groups, and flagged our policy for them, shared a draft with them, and asked for their feedback. Another way that we find is really helpful for bringing in external feedback, and we started doing this when we examined the issue of physician wellness and burnout in 2016, is we held a 2-day meeting, again in Washington, D.C., where we invited several different external stakeholders to come to us and do 2 things. One, talk about the issue of sexual misconduct from their perspective, what they were doing in their organizations or why it was important to them, and then to tell us what they think we ought to be doing. So this meeting had representation from a fairly broad array of stakeholders, from the American Medical Association, the American Osteopathic Association. We had patient advocacy groups present. We had the Council of Medical Specialty Societies. We had student organizations present. And probably most importantly at this meeting, we had 2 survivors of sexual misconduct at the hands of physicians come and speak to us. They spent the longest duration to us. This portion of our meeting was closed. And over the course of a half a day, they recounted their experiences and told us what they thought needed to be done to affect change throughout the medical system, but specifically in medical regulation with state medical boards. So this meeting was particularly important for developing the eventual recommendations that came out of the policy. So some of the things that we learned needed to be key areas of focus in revising this policy. It involved barriers to reporting. We knew that the public had limited knowledge of what state medical boards did, the fact that they exist, what their role was, that they weren't there to protect physicians, but actually to protect the public. So we knew this through the media, through literature, but also we conducted a Harris poll and surveyed the public about this and found disappointing but not unsurprising results that the public really didn't know who we or our member boards were. We also know that, especially with respect to sexual misconduct, some of the barriers that exist to reporting involve the power imbalance that exists between a patient and a physician. It's difficult to report when you're in that power imbalance, and this doesn't necessarily have to exist between a physician and a patient, but it can be between physician colleagues or between a trainee and a supervising physician. And further, there's lack of protection for the reporter, whether that reporter is a colleague, a trainee, or a patient. We learned a lot about data and transparency, as Dr. King mentioned. We know that it's difficult to analyze data about sexual misconduct because of the ways in which those disciplinary actions are coded. They're often labeled generally as unprofessional conducts, whereas we need coding that reflects the actual nature of the board action, the content of the board action. So we knew that this needed to be addressed in our report. The work group learned a lot about chaperones and a more technical term, practice monitors. We heard especially from Australia that had done a lot of research in this area, and Canada, and those 2 jurisdictions have fairly opposing methodologies for implementing or not implementing chaperones and practice monitors. We heard a great deal about remediation and reentry. First of all, from the subject matter expert who was on our work group, who talked about different character types of physicians who offend and the remediation potential in those different character types. But we also heard about remediation from the perspective of our survivors and many of the public advocates who provided input into our process. The people who are engaged in the work of remediation have seen it work from their perspectives, whereas the patient advocates and the public that we speak to think that it should be a one strike and you're out type of approach. They feel that there shouldn't be any leeway when even a potentially minor instance of sexual misconduct has occurred. So we needed to figure out whether we were going to specify a threshold that exists for types of actions and even character types. And finally, one of the key issues involved trauma. We heard a really excellent presentation from an organization that provides trauma-informed training to organizations, including medical boards. Some of our member boards had actually received these types of presentations either in their states or from national organizations or policing organizations. And we felt this needed to inform our process. But one of the things we heard was that certain state medical boards who had received this training either received the training at the board level or at the staff level, but not necessarily both. And so we knew we needed to find ways to have everyone coming from an equal playing field in order to understand the nature of trauma and how it can impact the investigations, the enforcement, and even the adjudication process. So during our comment period, we actually heard a lot of these same themes over again. So I think that told us that we were probably hitting the right topics, but also that we needed to expand upon them and clarify what the guidance that we were going to provide would involve. We heard a lot about notifications to law enforcement. We had mentioned it in our initial draft, but didn't really elaborate on it. So we decided we needed to include a broader section about notification to law enforcement and specify the conditions under which law enforcement should be notified, which in reality is nearly in every instance. We heard a lot more skepticism from the public respondents about the feasibility of remediation in instances of sexual misconduct. We heard particularly from state medical boards about the barriers they face with respect to the duty to report, especially coming from institutions, hospitals, and health systems. Again, we heard about transparency of data. We wondered whether state medical boards were communicating with patients to a sufficient degree, and we heard that there was a perception that they were not. And so this became important for our rewrite of the policy. We heard a lot about education, and we knew that we need to expand the content there. And again, we heard about chaperones and practice monitors from the perspective of the public, of external organizations, including from other countries. Australia responded, New Zealand responded, and several Canadian jurisdictions responded about chaperones and practice monitors. And we also heard about this from the perspective of the state medical boards themselves. So I'm going to hand it back to Dr. King to talk about some of the specific recommendations that were made in our work group's report.
Great. Thank you, Mark. So the report actually has many recommendations, but Mark and I are going to talk about some of the highlights of those today. So first, and this is actually the first recommendation in the report, is a call for a change in culture. And as I mentioned before, the report of the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine recognized the need for cultural change and actually pointed to medicine as being an especially prevalent culture for potential harassment, including sexual harassment. So we really wanted to emphasize that across the continuum from medical education to practice, that all groups of medicine should continue to eliminate harassment and build a culture that's supportive of professional behavior and one that is really intolerant of harassment of any type. And it's important for so many reasons. Not only do victims suffer, but those who are bystanders suffer in just believing that this is kind of the normal environment and dissuading any reporting of observation of sexual misconduct or harassment. It really undermines education and attainment. It undermines the work environment and therefore patients. And then ultimately, if this is allowed to go on, it can directly put patients at risk for being victims of sexual misconduct. So it's really incredibly important that we all look to address the culture and to eliminate harassment in the environment of medicine. So the next slide then, Mark, we've talked a lot about transparency, and Mark has gone over this also, but we really felt that state boards should ensure that sufficient information is publicly available to justify regulatory decisions and provide sufficient rationale to support them. So in the information that's given to the public, we're there to protect the public. The public hopefully needs to deserve our trust, and being transparent is an important foundation of that trust. As Mark pointed out, in terms of board actions, having clear coding processes and accurate descriptions of behaviors underlying the discipline in our board actions is so important. When we actually did a review of the board actions out of Michigan regarding there were, I think, 4 or 5 board actions over the 18 months that the Michigan board was putting out board actions and reporting on Dr. Nasser's activity, but it really till the final board action that there was a clear statement of sexual misconduct and assault. The others prior to that had used much more vague language, and that is not uncommon. on board action. So it's a hope and an aspiration of ours that board actions be more clear and consistent terminology use states and between medical boards. I mean, all of these points are clearly important for us to collect data, for us to really understand the problems, to follow trends, and to begin to look at outcomes for our work and for any remediation that may take place. And then finally, we need to be transparent that will help maximize our reach and impact to the public. So the next slide then talks about a key recommendation, and that was on complaints. We've talked a lot about the importance of hearing, of the state boards hearing about misconduct. And the way our system works is that we are based on a complaint system. So we really need to facilitate reporting of misconduct in every way we can. We need, as state boards, to provide easily accessible information, education, and clear guidance about how to file a complaint. And that includes really making this information available in multiple languages. And then we need to convey to the public groups why complaints are necessary for supporting effective regulation and safe patient care, and why early reporting is so important for preventing further public harm. In terms of the ways in which we deal with those complaints then after they've been received on the state board level, we recommended communication with complainants throughout the complaint and investigative process. We recommended addressing these complaints as quickly as possible and not having them kind of get hung up in the system for extended periods of time. And we highly recommended specialized trained navigators or liaisons for working with the complainant through the process of both filing and going through the investigation and adjudication of the complaints. So I think I'll go on with the next couple of key recommendations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll talk about reporting first. The Federation is no stranger to the issue of duty to report. We developed a statement that was adopted in 2016 on the importance of the duty to report among the profession. We've held full-day symposia on the issue, and we've tried to provide recommendations, both formally and informally, about it. So in this context, we really tried to relate it to the issue of sexual misconduct, but also brought to light some of the issues and barriers that we've heard from our boards over the last few years. We surveyed about the duty to report back in 2017, shortly after our policy statement was adopted. And we heard a lot of frustration on the part of state medical boards about their ability to levy fines against hospitals that do not report to the state medical board when the hospital is aware of an instance of sexual misconduct that's occurred. So many boards actually have the statutory ability to levy fines, but they're reluctant to engage in any legal proceedings with hospitals because of the imbalance of resources involved. They just don't want to go to battle in court. It would cost the board too much money that they really don't have. So we highlighted that as important. Boards need the ability to levy these fines and potentially even name the reasons for having levied fines to encourage institutions to report. We flagged peer review processes specifically. The work group was well aware of the reasons for protecting the results of peer review processes when they relate to quality improvement or performance in practice. But they felt that data from peer review processes related to sexual misconduct was fundamentally different from data that's meant to help improve quality. And so felt that this should actually be shared, should not be subject to the same protections, and needs to be reported to state medical boards for the protection of patients. Talked about stronger hospital reporting requirements. There was the issue of the 29-day suspension that came up several times, where hospitals would find ways to discipline internally but not actually have to report. So if you discipline a physician for 29 days in many states, it doesn't meet the 30-day suspension threshold that would require a report to state medical boards. And then within the practice itself, the work group felt that there should be more power on the part of the state medical board to levy fines or sanctions against physicians for non-reporting. And so boards actually provided us feedback during the consultation about, what exactly would dictate that a physician should have reported or would make them subject to fines for non-reporting. And so we did a legislative review and found that the laws actually vary to a great degree across the states, from reasonable belief, firsthand knowledge, actual knowledge of an event. But what the work group found was that throughout all of these varying laws, one of the common themes was reasonability. So if it was reasonable to expect that sexual misconduct had occurred or a boundary violation had occurred, then reporting should also occur. And then finally, whistleblower protection in instances where reporting does occur. And along with that goes the importance of allowing reporters to remain anonymous in that process. Now, with respect to investigations, it was fairly clear to the work group when an investigation should pause and focus should be placed on removing the licensee from practice. But they also talked about patterns of potentially smaller or less egregious violations that could also provide a reason to remove someone from practice. So it was really important to the work group that the state medical board have the authority to impose terms or limitations, including suspension, prior to the completion of an investigation to remove those physicians when they felt that there was a real risk of danger to the public. Again, training and trauma-informed processes was quite important. And as I mentioned before, this needs to be from the top down. So the board needs to be trained, as do the investigators, the enforcement attorneys, including anyone who's actually interacting with a complainant or the subject physician. I'll talk a little bit about discipline. Again, revocation for repeated commission of lesser acts was quite important. So if a physician had not learned their lesson or it was clear that they were not remediable, then they should be removed from practice according to this work group. Now, practice monitors versus chaperones. The work group wanted to delineate, and we were not the first to do this. Actually, there was a report to the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency that drew this delineation between a chaperone and a practice monitor. So we saw the chaperone as more of a casual arrangement, often initiated by the physician, and often to protect the physician as much as the patient. So the physician could bring a nurse in, an employee into the office during any exam, whether it's intimate or not. Whereas a practice monitor is something different. It's a more formal arrangement. It's one that's imposed by the state medical board. And the person who serves in that role as a practice monitor needs to specify needs to have a certain background and training to be allowed to serve as a practice monitor. Their reporting relationship would not be between the practice monitor and the physician. Rather, it would be between the practice monitor and the state medical board. The work group recommended the practice monitors have a health professional background and go through adequate training to perform this role. One of the reasons that the work group thought it was really important to draw this delineation is because there's a current trend that, again, started in Australia, but has since made its way to certain jurisdictions in the US of no longer using chaperones or practice monitors as an interim condition. So Washington State, for example, does not use practice monitors, and they base this largely on what they heard from Australia. Our work group felt, though, after partly what they heard from some Canadian jurisdictions, that if you implement a program where practice monitors do have the appropriate backgrounds, the appropriate reporting relationships, and are adequately trained to know exactly what is appropriate and what is not appropriate in a physician-patient encounter, that it provided the board with an additional tool in their toolbox to be able to protect patients, especially if they don't have adequate information through investigations to remove that physician from practice. So the work group identified this divide between using and not using chaperones and practice monitors, but felt that it was important to allow it to remain an option for state medical boards who wish to continue to use them. Finally, on the issue of remediation, the work group felt that there were many instances where it was clear that remediation should not be considered after instances of sexual misconduct. Again, we heard about this loud and clear from the survivors who spoke with us and the patient advocates who spoke with us, but felt that there were instances where remediation would be appropriate, but it had to be through a very detailed process and created several stipulations for how this process ought to occur. I'm going to hand it now back to Dr. King for education.
Thank you, Mark. And I apologize. I didn't have my video before, so I'm sorry about that. So obviously, we felt that education was very important and that there was a lot of opportunity to improve education to multiple groups in this process. Mark mentioned that we had a very large session at the annual meeting in 2019. And at that meeting, we really heard from many of the state boards across the country, and everyone really remarked on the need for physicians to understand how to do an exam in a sensitive way and how to communicate in a sensitive way. And it was interesting because it wasn't, we thought that might be primarily for older physicians, but it was also for younger physicians. So clearly, education and training about professional boundaries, physician sexual misconduct should be provided during medical school and residency, but also continue during practice as part of a physician's effort to remain current and competent. So this was a very basic point, a very basic ask, but really important. Likewise, education on professionalism and professional culture, we've talked about that already. That would involve collaboration with multiple groups in medicine, from education up to practice. We highly recommend also that state boards and the Federation work on educational modules for patients on what to expect during intimate exams. This was actually a comment that was brought to us by our survivors who we spoke with at length. They felt that the public should have some understanding about what is normal and what isn't normal. Often that power differential clouds your interpretation of what is normal and what isn't, and that the public should know directly on what to expect and when they really should have concerns and should have more or should know some basic information on reporting to state boards and law enforcement. And then finally, the work group called on the Federation to develop materials, which Mark will talk a little bit about that, what the Federation is doing now, but materials for education of both the public as well as physicians. And then I will also, again, Mark mentioned education on trauma, but I will also bring that up here because I think that that's an important part of education for state boards, both staff and board members, in terms of understanding sexual misconduct and understanding the public who are bringing these complaints. So I'll turn it back over to Mark for implementation.
Yeah, this is a very lengthy report. It's the Federation's longest policy now, with the most recommendations at 38 recommendations. It could easily have held more than 38 recommendations, but the work group felt we needed to cut it off somewhere and we needed to have a policy approved because state medical boards and the public, including through the media, were asking for it. But we didn't want to lose sight of some of the things that could have made their way into additional recommendations and that still needed to be done, whether it was for patients, for state medical boards, or for our partner organizations. So the very final recommendation in the policy relates to implementation. And the work group felt it was really important that the FSMB shouldn't let this policy collect dust on a shelf, but should help facilitate the adoption of operationalization of these recommendations by providing a series of resources or additional policy documents or model legislation. So we've still been engaged in continuing dialogue with a lot of medical boards about what their needs are with respect to sexual misconduct and the regulation thereof. But we have made a very important a promise really to continue to support boards in this regard through the development of resources, but also by helping them analyze their own data, collecting that data, analyzing the data that boards provide to us. And again, if training is needed, we can find ways of either identifying that training or providing it for boards. So again, this is a commitment from the Federation in this last recommendation to continue this type of dialogue. And I think it's evidenced by the fact that we were so happy to come and speak with you today about this issue, because we see it as something that's going to require a lot of work on an ongoing basis.
So I'm going to finish up really by thanking our work group members. And I want to begin by thanking Carrie Webb. Again, I mentioned Carrie earlier, but she came to our symposium last spring, actually, and spoke about what California has done and some of the changes have made. And it was really very helpful for our work group to hear those. And those are actually discussed in the report that I'm sure you've seen if you've read the report. But our work group, I'll just really quickly go through these people because I cannot thank them enough. They were really very dedicated and engaged. And as I mentioned earlier, we all grew together in understanding, a much better understanding of this very important issue and topic for state boards. So Kevin Bonablust is the executive director from Wyoming. Rebecca Brendel was one of our subject experts. She is the director of the master's program in bioethics at Harvard Medical School. Catherine Caldecott was our expert in remediation and works for PBI. Elliot Krieger is with the AMA. He is also in charge of their ethics program. Catherine Fisher from the Oregon Board. Fakisha Fripp from the Washington, D.C. Board. Marula Gleaton from the Maine Board. Alex Gross from the Georgia Board. Teresa Hubka was our representative from the AOA. Amba Janakalada from the North Carolina Board. Myself, Ann Lawler, the executive director from the Idaho Board. Florence Lefebvre represented the Canadian regulatory authorities. Jean Rexford was a public member from the Connecticut Board. Michael Schottenstein from the Ohio Board. And then Scott Steingard and Cheryl McGill on the Board of Directors. And obviously Hank Chowdhury, as well as Mark Stas, who was our staff member. And I cannot thank Mark enough, who did just a wonderful job organizing all of this and doing really the basic writing of the policy. So thank you.
Thank you.
So Denise, thank you so much for giving us the time to present. We're happy to answer any questions. And
great.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Howard,
Thank
may I
you.
ask a question?
Yes, you can.
This is Howard Krause, Dr. King, and Mr. Stas. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm a huge fan of the FSMB, and the FSMB creates a lot of valuable work and documents which in the California board we have taken great advantage of. The FSMB is also a wonderful forum to participate in. One of the beauties of this nation is we have 50 plus simultaneous social experiments going on throughout the nation, and we can readily learn from one another's successes and failures by collaboration, and the FSMB is the perfect platform for that. Let me say that many of us recommend preventative medicine, that it's better to avoid ingestion of poison than to treat poisoning. Many issues of harm or potential harm to the public, including sexual misconduct, derive from the misbehavior of unethical physicians, some of whom may have underlying personality disorders. Has the FSMB looked at whether or not medical schools, postgraduate training programs, and medical boards do an adequate job of investigating the ethics of applicants prior to their granting admission or licensure?
I can offer the beginning of an answer. If Dr. King wants to add, she certainly can. We actually included the Association of American Medical Colleges and ACOM on the osteopathic side, as well as the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education in both our in-person symposia as well as our comment period, and talked to them about this particular issue to a great degree. We also know as co-sponsor of the United States Medical Licensing Exam that it's important to assess medical students and graduate and residents about their ability to identify particular boundary issues, address them appropriately, and also screen out potential issues before physicians enter practice. So I would say that we're at a preliminary level of assessing these issues and working with our partners to address them. But thanks for flagging that. Thanks also, Dr. Krause, by the way, for your involvement in our community, including on our work group for stem cell therapies.
Thank you.
Thanks. I would just add that I know that medical schools, I'm at a medical school, we struggle with all the time. It's not, admissions is not perfect. And but also we know that environments can make a difference. So I think it's really incumbent on us as educators to have the best environment, free of harassment of all types, sexual harassment and otherwise, so that students and people learn as they go through that it's really just unacceptable for the best care for our patients. So it's certainly an important issue, and we'll continue to keep working on it on all levels.
Great. Are there any additional comments from members?
Yes. Ms. Pines.
Okay. Dr. Thorpe?
Thank you, Ms. Pines. And thank you to Dr. King and you, Mr. Stoss, for this excellent presentation. Mm-hmm. I was intrigued by the distinction between practice monitors and chaperones, and in terms of the practicality in, it's one thing to be in a large academic practice or to be in a large multi-specialty practice, but for many doctors, in fact, for most doctors still throughout the United States, they're in small or solo and small group practices. And the idea, of course, intimate exams is one of those places where misconduct can occur, but the power differential occurs all across the spectrum, and many times it's not related to an intimate exam. So my question is, has the FSMB considered the practicality of how to implement either practice monitors or an indifferent chaperone system that isn't an employee of the practice?
Yeah, we heard a great deal about the impracticality of establishing this type of system. There would be potential financial barriers, staffing-related barriers, and we heard about these from state medical boards throughout our process. However, we've also seen it work in particular jurisdictions. And so I'll note the jurisdiction of Ontario, Canada. So the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario has a practice monitoring program where they basically develop a roster of appropriate practice monitors that can be assigned to physicians. Where cost is an issue, the costs are borne by the physician themselves. So if they wish to remain in practice, either while an investigation continues or after discipline has been imposed, then they need to bear the cost of having a practice monitor that has been assigned by that regulatory authority. Further, we tried to provide some initial suggestions for making this a little bit more implementable or a little bit more practical or feasible for state medical boards. One of those is actually to approach this similarly to how expert witnesses or experts in quality of care cases are approached by state medical boards, where again, a pool of experts or a pool of practice monitors is developed that can both be called upon when needed, but also can rotate across professionals. Because we realize that just like in an employment relationship with a chaperone, with a practice monitor that's been with a physician for a long period of time, a sort of dual relationship can exist where either collegiality can develop and could potentially bias the practice monitor. So we thought it would be valuable to have a broader pool that could be pulled from and that could rotate through different physicians. So I certainly appreciate the concern about the practicality of implementing this recommendation. And the workgroup did recognize that, but felt it was still important to provide some guidance for those state boards who are able to implement this.
Just a follow-up question, and that is, so you're really talking about monitoring after discipline has been, or after some type of aberrant behavior has been identified. I'm really talking about it in the terms of trying to prevent that from happening on the daily basis as you're practicing. I think Dr. Krause's point is extremely well taken, that this is a process that has to be addressed in its inception as you're considered to be a medical student. That is a significant part of it, and throughout your medical student training, throughout residency. But then as you get into in a working environment, then it still needs to be a consideration of how do you practice with a professional. Unfortunately, professionalism is been extremely downplayed, especially in medicine. In part because of this hierarchical situation, the white coat and all that that it entails. But in giving up a lot of that professional array or aura, if you will, the professionalism itself has been lost, and so it's a much, anyway. Obviously, we can't go into it all here, but my concern was more in terms of the chaperones and practice monitors. I totally understand how it could work in terms of a disciplinary process, but I'm really looking at it from the standpoint of my colleagues who are just practicing. How do we give the sense that we can be trusted, that we are doing everything possible to ensure that the patient, whether it's male or female, is going to be honored or going to be safe in our care during the time that they're with us? That's really more my concern.
Yeah.
I might just add to that. I think, going to growing an environment that's free of harassment and free of, and we talk about being free of any misconduct. I think we need to talk about it more. I think, what I think the work group found was the education on trauma was really very important for the way we thought, and that clinicians should think about the impact of their behavior on every single patient. I think we need to grow that in our professionalism and to think about, we really don't always think about every single patient in terms of trauma they may have been through, but in a preventative way, that maybe is something that's important. So, I agree. We have to think about professionalism more and maybe in slightly different ways.
Hi. Teacher, hello? This is Teacher Watkins. I have some questions, but first I would like to thank Dr. King and Mr. Stas for creating an incredible foundation from which to build from. My question relates to this cultural shift when you were giving the presentation, the cultural shift that we have to undergo in order to actually become more transparent, to encourage a culture of complaints, to encourage a certain transparency in that reporting. And the reason why I say that, and it may even answer Dr. Thorpe's question, is that unless we change that culture, and that culture means right through all the whole regulatory process, from the staff to the DAGs to everybody that's participating in this process. The deal is everybody has to sign up on that, because, and this is my question, I have had the instance where there is a difference made on sexual misconduct whether the person that the sexual misconduct was affected upon was a patient, and if they weren't a patient and they were another public member by a physician, then it would be almost deemed in the nuance as lesser. And I would love your input on that. Is it in fact lesser?
I would begin by saying that no, sexual misconduct is sexual misconduct. And actually, in the policy, the definition of what constitutes sexual misconduct has been revised, 2006 version. And it's been revised to define it as existing along a spectrum, right? So there are different types and categories of sexual misconduct, and some are less egregious than others. But the point that's made after sort of establishing that spectrum within the policy is that all of these instances, regardless of where they exist on the spectrum, are worthy of the attention of state medical boards and the intervention of state medical boards. I'd also add to that the work group addresses patients, but also addresses patient surrogates early on. So it could be the family member of a patient or the surrogate of a particular patient. It doesn't have to be the patient themselves. And the policy also goes to greater lengths than before about identifying misconduct within professional circles. So with colleagues or trainees or employees or even allied health professionals that one works with. And so Dr. King is really sort of our cultural expert, so I'll hand it over to her. But I think that's where the policy at least speaks.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Dr. Yip. Again, thanks for the great presentation of both. Are there any other state medical board that require mandatory CMEs on the professionalism, boundaries, ethics, implicit bias training, substance abuse, etc. for the licensee, like every 5 years?
You know, Mark might know also, but I think there are a couple, just a couple of boards that have requirements for continuing education on sexual misconduct. I think all but a couple of boards have CME requirements in general, but of those, which is most of the boards, I think only a couple have requirements for sexual misconduct. Do you know, Mark, what the number is exactly?
I don't know the exact number, but you're correct that, yeah, a couple of boards do have requirements that relate specifically to sexual misconduct. A greater number of boards have requirements that relate to ethics and boundaries, however. So sexual misconduct facility, I believe it's only 2 boards, but ethics courses that are required would touch upon misconduct and boundary violations, and that's a greater number of boards. The Federation actually collects data on the CMU requirements of all of our member boards, and we now have actually available on our website 2018 data in our regulatory report, but we're in the middle of collecting data for our 2020 version of that publication, which will be out towards the end of this year. We'd be happy to share that with the board, though, and we have more nuance as well that's available.
Yeah, great. I think we should start doing that in California too. Thank you.
Dr. Hawkins, may I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, great. So thank you very much. Very informative and necessary. Warrants repeating multiple times. My question, and not to diminish the mission of the Federation, did any discussion evolve into how far back to go? And by that, I mean, we know that power, disparity develops very, very early. And I wonder if there's any discussion about that. How far to go back, and whether bringing the educators into this process, the grammar school, the high schools, just any discussion, even though this is not necessarily the board's mission.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Now, do you mean in terms of investigations, how far back to go in investigations, or are you talking about like a statute of limitations that would not allow disciplinary action or investigation for?
I'm sorry. The reason I mentioned is not necessarily the mission of the Federation. How far to go back in educating boys and girls, men and women, prior to medical school and college, et cetera. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That makes sense? You understand my question?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Dr. King can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that we held discussions about how far to go back. We certainly did discuss the importance of this, both at the medical school level, but also prior to medical school, the types of students who are allowed into medical school, the types of individuals who are allowed into medical school, and backgrounds and personality types that would be most appropriate for ensuring a culture of professionalism and patient safety and well-being. I don't believe we had discussions that talked about going earlier than that. Dr. King, am I correct there?
No, we didn't. But I think the point is well taken. Obviously, it's not just the culture of medicine, but it's the culture of our society. Certainly, what we learned from the National Academy report was that medicine was no different from other professions and no different from the rest of society. So in some ways, maybe we have an opportunity to lead in that regard and make other changes that will permeate our whole society. And you're absolutely right when you talk. I heard you mention grade school. I mean, if you read the literature on development in children, they'll say it's the most important is before the age of 3. But so it's all about respect for people and having an environment of respect. So, but that's a good point. I think medicine could be a leader in this regard of making greater society changes.
Thank you again.
Great. Any other members?
Yeah, Ms. Pines.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lori.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, from my experience, I've noticed how sexual misconduct cases often has some connection to drug or alcohol use. And I was wondering if the working group had noticed that too, and whether that observation may have affected or your recommendations or made you make other observations.
We certainly acknowledged potential impairments in the policy, but it didn't feature prominently, and that's in part because the Federation has a policy on physician impairment where these issues are addressed more directly. In fact, that policy is currently under review. The current version is from 2011, and we expect to have a new policy completed before the end of 2021. So the work group felt that was important, that these could be instances or at least catalysts for patterns of behavior related to sexual misconduct. And we heard about that at our very first work group meeting, actually, from one of our subject matter experts. However, it was only really addressed in broad terms in this policy because it's been addressed in the impairment policy itself.
Got it. Thank you. And just one more other question. I noticed, with respect to the education piece and transparency, I'm wondering, in your recommendations, do you outline specific proactive ways for a board member for state boards to conduct effective outreach? Are there actual, specific things that we can do? Is that outlined there?
And Mark might know. I mean, we don't have specific things, maybe, except that certainly we talk about multiple approaches, not to use just one approach for outreach, but to use multiple approaches because different people receive information differently. So we do have some examples from different states within the report, but maybe that might be something that the Federation could develop and give to state boards in terms of more specific, a variety of approaches that have more specific examples. So thank you. We'll take that back. I don't know, Mark, if you have any other thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's an important question, and it relates to the point that we finished with about implementation of a lot of these recommendations. So we do have some, I wouldn't call them specific points of guidance, but we talk about the types of things that ought to make their way into some of these patient education resources. So about, and Dr. King touched upon this briefly, but about what to expect from a physical exam, what's not normal, what to do if something happens that you feel was not appropriate. So we do have specific mentions about that. And the other thing, we thought a good starting point would be to flag some educational resources that the work group felt were a fairly good quality and that both state medical boards as well as physicians may want to make use of. So there is an appendix to the policy, and it's included right after the policy recommendation is complete, that has a few different categories of educational resources. So some on sexual misconduct and professional boundaries. There's another category for trauma-related resources. And then the third category, and we didn't talk about this much today, but it's actually been a very important topic for the Federation and for our member boards, is we have a category of resources on implicit bias. And we felt those were important both for practicing physicians, but also for board members in their adjudication responsibilities. But again, thanks for that question. And we'll make sure that we do try to provide some more specific guidance as we go forward.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Mahmood?
Dr. Mahmood? Yes. So I have a little concern when we are talking about going to the level of grade school or high school or college. We know that over 50% who are under 18 have used alcohol and drugs, which is illegal at that age. And a lot of these things happen when they are under the influence. And over 90% of the kids, when they are in college, they regularly drink. And over 70% of the kids, when they're in college, they use drugs occasionally or regularly. And a lot of these things happen during that time. And if we're going to start following them on all those things, unless there's a major offense, so many kids are going to be barred from going to medical school or other professional schools. There got to be extensive education at that level before we start on this level to go and work on sexual misconduct. Obviously, this is a very important issue, but the issues which are leading to this, they should be addressed at the same time before we start penalizing and restricting them to pursue their career. What is your thought on that?
You know, I think that there are a couple of different ways that this can be addressed. And what I heard from, I believe it was Dr. Watkins who asked, Dr. Hawkins who asked the question. What I heard was about educating on the importance of respecting boundaries, both professional and personal. And I think that can be achieved at any level, beginning at the early ages that Dr. King mentioned, without necessarily needing to bar people from being accepted into medical school. And so, I think this is something that we've already started to work with at the medical school level, trying to implement these things into a curriculum. But it also goes along with Dr. Krause's opening question that relates to sort of the preventive aspect of all of this. So understanding why boundaries are important, what would constitute a violation of a boundary, and why that matters, why it would be a harm to the person whose boundary has been violated. And so if you educate on those, you might actually prevent instances of future misconduct in the profession or before.
Great. Are there any other board members that have any comments or questions?
Yeah, Denise, Dr. Ganadev.
Okay.
Dr. King and Mr. Stas, thanks for coming, Dave Ganadev. Just want to give some info is that 2 years ago when we opened a brand new medical school, we actually did the personality tests on all the interviewees and were able to identify a few who had a narcissistic personality and did not look at them as even though they had great scores. So, and then put in the ethics and professionalism, which includes sexual misconduct, as one of the top topics in the first 2 years of medical school. So they just became a third-year students. So we'll see how they behave. We don't know yet. It's a very small class. The first class was 68 students. So I think it's worth really following. And unfortunately, neither the medical school nor the residency programs nor the large departments take a lot of interest in really teaching ethics and professionalism. Usually we concentrate on clinical care and quality of care, and we don't go into that. So that's where I think we should probably through FSMB, through AMA, and through AAMC, I think we got to push this thing more so that this is actually prevention. So when you prevent something, you don't hurt somebody. That is the patients I'm talking about. So I think that's the right way to go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I have one additional comment on Dr. Gananadev's concern about screening out those with narcissistic personality disorders. If we screened out people with narcissistic personality disorders, there are certain surgical subspecialties which would not be filled, and we'd have fewer people running for political office or becoming president.
Okay, so we will end on that note. Thank you, Dr. King and Mr. Satz. You guys did a fantastic job. I know it was a lot of work, and we really appreciate it. This is going to be immensely useful for all the boards, including ours. So thank you so much for joining us. I now want to go to the host for public comments.
Open up the Q&A panel. If anyone would like to make a comment, please send me a message in there and we'll call you in order. You receive them. First up, Henry, let me unmute your microphone. Henry, are you there?
Yes, thank you. So this is Dr. Reed from Black Patients Matter. I do have to say that it's probably inappropriate to mock folks with personality disorders. Narcissistic personality disorders are a real thing, and it's probably not appropriate to laugh at someone who has that. So in any event, if the FSMB is only now addressing sexual misconduct in medicine in the year 2020, then the policies related to racism in medicine, not just implicit but explicit bias, is a long way off. Dr. King had mentioned whistleblower protection associated with the policy, but unfortunately, the Medical Board Association here is corrupt, and the DCA unfortunately has learned to misuse their position. For example, after listening to the comments from Mr. Pasiska yesterday, it dawned on me that the problems that from what he's seeing, the problems that he's seeing actually occurred under Ms. Kimberly Kirchmeier. So as we recall, Ms. Kirchmeier stepped down after we at Black Patients Matter sued her for marginalizing our advocate group. And she now is at the DCA, and it's interesting that the mention was made about a whistleblower, because I have an email here from Eric Andrus, a wonderful patient advocate, who sent me an email and stated the DCA has subpoenaed all my Facebook information, which includes private conversations with you. So I'm wondering why it's necessary to subpoena patient advocate groups, especially ones that are successfully filing federal civil rights lawsuits against the medical board. So moving forward, I think we understand who is misusing their power, who is at the lead. So it does seem to be Ms. Kirchmeier. So the statement about whistleblower protection in the state of California, it means nothing to the patient advocate groups. And so, and just as an aside, Ms. Kirchmeier got her position at the DCA after we sued the DCA and Mr. Griffillo for corruption. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Can I interject for a second? We are on a particular agenda item. We need to speak to that agenda item in these comments. Public comments on not agenda items, that has already occurred. Thank you.
Next up, I have Eric Andrews. Let me unmute your line. Eric Andrews.
I'm here.
Proceed.
I'm going to read fast. Please don't cut me off. Marian Hollingsworth and I helped the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and reporter Terry Teagarden with their big report on sexual assault by doctors. This is a very important topic for us. FSMB needs to know that the MBC has been fairly defiant anytime we bring problems to their attention with how they're handling the cases, or should I say not handling sexual assault cases. If they've conveyed a different picture to you all, they put on a show for you and pulled the wool over your eyes. Carrie Webb is paid big bucks to protect this board, even though they do things wrong. You need to consider the source with her. She obviously wasn't being completely truthful with you. Here's some examples. While Dr. Edwin Njoku of Connecticut was convicted of touching one patient, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison and must register as a sex offender. The Connecticut board revoked his license. Yet here in California, Dr. Ramon Fakuri was accused of sexual assault of 4 patients. While a jury deadlocked in court, the California Medical Board let him keep his license and bartered their own 7-year probation term guideline down to just 35 months. Then, based on California's decision, the state of Ohio revoked his license outright. Dr. Esmail Najmabadi surrendered his license after pleading guilty to the fondling of female patients, one of which was a minor. His original MBC accusation contains 13 causes for discipline, including soliciting dates from a patient, resignation due to sexual harassment, and sexual harassment of a receptionist. It also included elements considered to be corrupt acts, including trying to get rid of a witness by reporting her to immigration and the IRS, encouraging an employee to lie to the police, asking his medical assistant to say one of the victims came on to him, and documenting that a female medical assistant was in the room with a patient when she was not. So what did the Medical Board of California do? They reinstated his license and put him on probation. If this had been a teacher or a police officer, they would have been fired and not allowed in the profession again. Dr. Rissard Chetkowski was found to have sexually assaulted 6 patients in his fertility clinic back in 1997. They bartered down his charges to a stipulated agreement of having to take a few classes and pay the board $5,000. If you look up this doctor on the Medical Board of California's website today, there's no record of this. None. And most egregiously, if this board allows doctors to continue to practice even though they've been accused of sexual assault. They knew about Dr. Michael Popkin's sexual assault since 2005 and did very little to stop him. He went on to sexually assault more patients, and it wasn't until a victim took her case to the press that the medical board finally acted. This board rarely initiates an investigation on their own without someone filing a complaint, because doctors are put on pedestals. If a case appears in a newspaper, they won't follow up on it without a submitted complaint. I've been filing complaints now, and as I find them, and they're now closing them. Oh, please let me talk a little bit longer. At saying that I'm abusing the complaint system. And lastly, there's a case pending in San Diego where a California Department of Public Health proved that an anesthesiologist sexually assaulted a number of unconscious patients. The hospital even admitted it to the male patient, who is now suing the doctor.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marianne Hollingsworth. Give me a moment to open your line. I connected twice, Marianne Hollingsworth. So I'm going to give this a shot. We'll see if we get the right one the first time. Marianne Hollingsworth, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the FSMB for addressing the issue of Dr. sexual misconduct and providing.
Could you please unmute mute your other device? We can hear the echo of you talking in the background from it. Seems like you're connected with 2 devices.
Is that better? Is that better?
We can still hear the echo, but I guess it'll have to do.
Is that better now? Is that better?
There's still an echo, but it's okay.
Okay, well, I'll keep going. Please add this to my time. I know this board's record, and it can only be described as lenient and alarming. I know this board because I helped write a list of 450 doctors who have been disciplined or arrested for sexual assaults. On our website, forpatientsafety.org, we have 150 doctors just in the past 5 years who have been in trouble for misconduct. Under the board's disciplinary guidelines, the minimum recommended discipline for sexual misconduct is 7 years probation, yet this board consistently gives doctors less than that. For example, a few weeks ago, Dr. Ambati of Fresno was just given a reprimand for sexual misconduct with 2 of his technicians over several years. Dr. Ramon Fakuri of Norco also had several victims, but only received 35 months. This board routinely reinstates the licenses of doctors who have been revoked due to misconduct, even when the victims include minors. This includes doctors Esmail Namadi of Bakersfield and Hari Reddy of Victorville. Not only did Reddy get his license back, but a board member who knew Reddy as a colleague, Dr. Gananadeb, was allowed to sit on the panel that voted to reinstate his license. The FSMB's report says a board's legal department should decide whether a case should be referred to law enforcement. However, this board rarely refers a case to police. For example, in 2014, Dr. Jeffrey Abrams was found to have 1,300 illicit pictures of patients on his phone, yet the investigator let him continue practicing for 3 more months. One victim became fed up with this delay and went to the media. Only after the story ran did police get involved. Who knows how many other women Abrams victimized before he was arrested during this delay? The attitude of this board towards sexual misconduct is also alarming. Yesterday, during a Panel A hearing, the DAG mentioned that the doctor, quote, had suffered a conviction for sexual battery and criminal confinement. No one reacted to this comment. Only Mr. Watkins mentioned concern for the victim. So thank you for Mr. Watkins for that. I hope the FSMB recommendations will help this board raise the bar when it comes to doctors and sexual misconduct. I also recommend that the board include patient advocates in their stakeholders because we read every discipline, we know the board's patterns, and we know they are not doing enough to protect patients from predatory doctors. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, there are no other requests in queue.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we are going to go back to yesterday and to our last agenda item, which was item 11, discussion and possible action on sunset review. Mr. Prasifka.
Thank you very much. I will try to be brief. I know we're a little behind schedule, and also facilitate as much board discussion as possible. Just a little bit of background in terms of the sunset review. The sunset review had been anticipated it would go ahead this year, but earlier in the year, because of the impact of COVID, there was substantial delays in the sunset process, and many boards had their sunset reviews effectively postponed for a year. Because of COVID, basically the formal work within the board, there was a pause, and there was a strong anticipation that there may be an extension of that sunset review. However, we found out on the 23rd of July that we will in fact be going, and that's where we are now. At this point in time, we have not yet received the full questionnaire. We are still working off previous questionnaires and are rapidly collecting all of the data which is necessary to participate in sunset review, and we expect to have a complete package prepared for the next board meeting. Sunset is a very important process for the board. It's a very important opportunity for an exchange of ideas between ourselves and the legislature. But it is also a very significant opportunity for the board to put forward its own case for substantial reform and change. What we're doing today is identifying 2 issues that we believe should be at the heart of the sunset review going forward. We're looking for the board consent and agreement on those, but of course there will be other issues as well which we will develop, and particularly we want to hear from the board on what those may be. The 2 issues we have already touched upon yesterday. They relate to the particular fiscal position of the board and the need for a fee increase, which has been very well debated and discussed within the board. There was a consultant's report which was put forward, and a need to have a fee increase that was agreed at the January meeting. Given the fact that the fiscal issues are at the center of the challenges facing the board, it is only natural that we look at the enforcement side of the board's activities, since it consumes such a significant portion of the board's resources. But in looking at enforcement, it is not simply appropriate or desirable to look at it only from a financial point of view, but also to look at it from a point of view of outcomes. And how does it promote the board's particular focus of patient safety, improving standards, maintaining standards, and promoting the practice of medicine? The two issues are intertwined, I think, to our advantage. Yes, we'll be looking for a fee increase. That is absolutely essential. The fiscal imbalance has been very well documented and is something which we feel in our day-to-day operations. But to look for a financial increase and an increase from our stakeholders without also looking for increased operational efficiencies is really only a short-term solution. What we need to do is to put the board on a firm financial footing going forward. And that requires looking at both sides of the equation, both the revenue side and the expenditure side. Clearly, on the enforcement side, looking at the historic figures, we have seen significant increase in our costs, particularly those costs which are significantly outside of our control in both the Attorney General's office and the HQIU. So what we are proposing in terms of recommendations on the fee increase have already been set out, have already been agreed by the board. We have nothing further to say on that. The executive now needs to do is to go back and develop a series of proposals on the enforcement side, which will be further developed and articulated fully in the papers in November. In this, we will be working very closely with the subcommittee dealing with sunset review. And I would just like to outline briefly the types of issues that we will be looking at. I understand we covered some of this yesterday, but just to look at it in a more balanced, comprehensive basis, I think that there is a need to re-examine our fundamental approach to enforcement, take a fresh look, particularly to examine the balance that we have between sworn and non-sworn investigation. Establish very clear protocols as to what types of cases need to go to both sides of our capability, and similarly to look at the administrative side and the criminal side, and to attempt to rebalance that. In brief time here, it seems clear that we need to, as we say in the trade, expand the regulatory toolkit. Many other jurisdictions, besides having adversarial means of enforcement, also have non-adversarial means of remediation. This is proven in other jurisdictions particularly important, where there are issues of physician impairment, whether it's chemical or alcohol addiction or mental health issues, that many of these are deemed to be better dealt with in a non-adversarial means, which also gives the ability to protect patient safety for two reasons. One, you want to encourage doctors to come forward, to identify that they have a problem, to be given a pathway to remediation. So this encourages doctors to come forward. At the same time, a health committee, or whatever you would call it, has the power to take all appropriate measures to protect patient safety. It also seems to me to be reasonably clear that we need to do a better job of interacting with the profession in those areas which do not rise to the level of what is currently deemed to be eligible for sanction. For those lesser offenses, it's very important that we look at enforcement not in simply a disciplinary matter, but as one of raising standards. And that's what we need to do. And if we had a means of interacting with the profession in forms of mediation or non-adversarial, we could better translate the work that we have done into practical suggestions to improve this. There are other areas which we have already started to do, such as very comprehensive medical review at the earliest stages of case examination. And we find that investing early in expertise makes us better able to target which cases should go forward, and more particularly, how they should be managed. We need to have more active management of cases at all stages, particularly during various stages of investigations. It becomes apparent that once that at the beginning you have the accusations, and sometimes at a relatively early stage, the accusations can be either undermined or significantly strengthened by further investigation. That requires a recalibration of how you examine the case, and that needs to be done on a continuous basis. So what we need to do is to have more active management of cases by the medical board, particularly when they're handled significantly by other bodies. So we need to put in place mechanisms where that can be done. What we need to do is to have more joined up thinking in terms of the interaction between three bodies which are involved in the process today, whether it's the HQIU, the Attorney General's Office, or ourselves. Comments are frequently received from the Attorney General's Office, and those have to be fed back into the investigators. We need to learn from our mistakes, learn how to improve, and I think we need to have more joined up thinking. We were talking about expanding the regulatory toolkit. And what other jurisdictions have done is to have frameworks to have local complaint resolution. The heart of the medical care relationship between a doctor and patient is one which has been built up over time, and doctors are amongst the most, I mean, back where I was practicing before, it was the most trusted profession by far. We need to build on that. Where there is a breakdown in the relationship needs to be given at least an initial opportunity to rebuild itself, and many complaints can be obviated by that early intervention between the doctor and the patient. Overall, I would like to see us work harder to build a culture of open disclosure, of non-adversarial remediation where appropriate. That will raise standards of practice times more than a culture of fear and concealment. And I think that what we have to do, let's put it this way, there is no simple solution here. There is no one institutional change that can give us outcome. If we controlled all aspects of enforcement tomorrow, we would still have to answer all the various questions that I have just given. What do we do? How do we change things? So what I would like to see this process focus on, at least initially, is how can we work the current structures? How can we improve them? How can we deliver better outcomes for the profession, for the public? How can we build a culture of continuous improvement? And those are the lines upon which I think I would like to see us proceed. Happy to answer any questions, but particularly I'm interested in hearing from the board on ideas that you have, not only about what I have spoken on, but of new ideas that what you want to see as part of Sunset. And clearly the executive is here is to do the groundwork to support whatever ideas you will have.
Great, thank you. So Bill, do you have a particular recommendation based on what you've submitted to us as review and costs and expenses over the course of several years? Where particular increases, what we can see, clearly here where the increases have been. We can see where the breakdown of each of those costs So is there a particular recommendation that in this sunset that we want to move forward with, that we can start that discussion? And then I know second is the fee increase, which we've already decided on that. So we will move forward with that. I don't think there's much more discussion to honestly be had on that topic. Okay, I'll leave it there and then let you say that and then open it up to the board.
Yeah, well, I think at this point, what we're looking for is direction from the board in terms of how you would like us to proceed with the overall examination of enforcement.
Okay.
I think that's really as far as we can take it at this point. We haven't, I think to reimagine the financial implications of a new enforcement regime is one we will simply have to learn by doing. What clearly is the case is that we need to get our costs under control. And what we will have to do going forward is to look at where those cost centers are. But at the same time, and this is so critical, is we have a responsibility to protect the public, and we have a responsibility to adjudicate each case on its merits. And if we're able to do everything that I said and bring about a significantly different regime, that will inevitably mean that there will be certain cases which we will invest in less than before, and other cases that we will invest in more. And I think that will undoubtedly be the case. But we have to live in the real world. We have to live within our sort of financial envelope. And so we also have to keep track of that as well. But I think we're basically embarking on a journey of looking for improvements, of looking to align what we're doing with best practice. And I certainly have a very strong view that if we proceed along those lines, we should also be better able to meet our financial responsibilities, certainly in the medium term.
Okay, I'm
So,
gonna
Bill?
open it up.
Dr. Hawkins. Dr. Hawkins, may I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to step back briefly, and if you can answer the question, Mr. Prasivka. In your prior jobs, have you had the type of experience that the executive committee has educated you to what happens at sunset? It's just a general question. I mean, I know that part of their job is to make sure that we actually pass sunset and get the things we need. How comfortable do you feel realizing the proof is in the pudding when it actually occurs? You understand my question?
Well, let me see if I understand it. I mean, sunset has been presented to me. It is not simply a once-off option. In sense, it is our opportunity to look for continuous improvements. The search for legislative improvement does not end with the sunset. However, if you're asking me about sort of the nuclear option and can the medical board be dissolved and subsumed within the DCA, yes, I am aware of that.
Yeah. I guess I'm asking and you've answered that in part by talking about the continuum of the medical board in sunset. Is it, how do you feel about your preparation for just going to sunset? And that's all I'm really asking.
Well, I mean, I understood that coming to this position would be a challenging one. And in that sense, I have not been disappointed.
Okay. Then I won't top any more time.
Okay, Dennis Ganadev. Bill, at 30,000 foot level, I love your ideas. But I think you got experience outside the country with other areas. And you know that, and we know that it's not rocket science. So how do we come up with, or can you give us both some solid ideas at the ground level, how we can go about improving your what you mentioned of the enforcement, which is one of our weakest areas. So that's why I'm just asking you, our board can authorize the staff to do that. So that's why I know you were asking what we want. We, at least this board member wants more efficiency and actually a better enforcement than what we have now. And I truly believe that, like you said, we're not getting a value for our buck we are spending on.
Well, I think the simple answer to your question is yes, we operate under a very tight sort of bureaucratic restraint. Well, the first thing that you do is you look at what can you control, and we've actually begun that process. We've begun to review files at the very earliest stage with top medical and clinical reviews to give us a better idea of which cases should go to an expert evaluation. And I think just doing something as simple as that, significant early intervention, is giving us a better handle on managing cases going forward. What we have to do is to look at each stage of the process that we control now. And how can we do that more effectively? We control which cases are investigated by the sworn and the unsworn route. We need to develop better protocols and more robust methodologies in terms of how that is done. And then also what we have to do, and I believe that we are able to do this, is develop more active management of cases, particularly those cases that we do not control. Now, speaking to our parties, I have received no pushback, and they recognize that we all need to do better. So yes, if I was designing a medical board from scratch, I perhaps would not have chosen the design that we have. But I have a strong, very high degree of confidence within the existing arrangements we can do better. We have started that process, and I look forward to continuing that. And the fact that this can all take place in the lead up to sunset, I think also works to our advantage. I think we're in a better position with sunset if we say we have a program of reform. It is underway. We are seeing results, and we need to be put on a sound financial future to ensure that we have our independence intact. So I think the two can work together.
Hey, Mr. Pacifica, this is TJ Watkins. I went last night and I reimagined, and I love the words that you used yesterday, the fact that you were encouraging us to reimagine, and I've never heard the word regulatory agility. But I've been thinking about what you were saying, and I revised even some of the stuff that I would like to have the board consider, because you were talking, you make reference to other jurisdictions do things, and that is based on your experience. However, within DCA, there's a host of other boards that have implemented aspects of this in a very interesting way that do not have some of the challenges that we have, even though we're bigger and we are unique. But the part of it that got me good was the reimagining. I'm a Porsche fan, so there's this place in Southern California, and I'm a storyteller, that basically reimagines old Porsches. And it takes the best of every Porsche model, and they build this exceptional car. That's what popped into my head when you were speaking. So I've got some ideas, and I've got it broken down into those structural imbalances that you spoke of that we need to address, and then those efficiency balances. And I'm going to put this all under the umbrella of a cultural shift from being, as you call it, adversarial, a culture of being afraid, to a culture of being inclusive, cooperative, and expansive. And that's the culture. So that's what I'm suggesting this under. So in the first structural imbalance with relation to the enforcement cost is to obviously bring back the sworn officers under your guidance away from DCA. That would be the first thing to correct the structure that we are under. And then I'm going to go to the thing that would be dead on arrival if you close your mind. And that is to reignite a conversation that ended in 2005 with regard to recovery costs from investigations. And the very reasons that were stated for those recovery costs was at the time, the chief stakeholder, the CMA, believed that the license, an increase in at that time we were negotiating a fee increase, and we gave up the ability to recover costs, right? But 15 years later, the results are pretty much, it's in the form of statistics in the enforcement unit, and it has to do with the rate of which cases are pursued. And cases are pursued because there's absolutely no barrier or thinking for a physician to take every case that they want to the nth degree. Now, this is not a reality for most other boards in DCA. In fact, this is not the reality for any of us that want to take on any kind of legal action. If I was engaged in some legal issues, and the first thing the attorney says, if this thing gets dismissed with cost, I want you to think about it. Right now, that burden is placed not on the doctors that choose to come over here, and we're not infringing on their rights. Right now, that burden is us at the medical board, because we are financing their legal expenses. We are absorbing that cost. For every time they choose that they don't have anything to lose, then that's not protecting the public. And I want to point that in contrast to the public. The public doesn't have that option. The public that we deem to protect do not have an option. When this process closes, it's done. When a stipulated settlement is decided upon, it's done. So I will encourage the board to consider that we include in the sunset review that we move to change some of that legislation so that we can have an actual healthy functioning and a structurally balanced board. And my final issue has to do with the efficiency that you pointed to. And I agree that we need better experts. But along with that same agreement for better efficiency on the expert side, and I mean the expert side in the actual, not just the clinical stuff, because the clinical stuff is good and well, but if they can't present in front of a judge, which is what I've heard and seen and read in many DAG memos, then it falls flat. We don't have confidence in them. And that is not fair to the public, because at that point, we are left with the decision to stop. And that ends their due process. And sometimes with a marginal result in terms of a public protection outcome. Another efficiency suggestion is that we trace through all of our current staff, and that I'm sure you will do because you just at that level, and you find the best leaders that we can find in order to lead those specific teams. Again, under the culture that you will create, that you're busy beginning to create, that's non-adversarial, but in cooperation. So those are my suggestions on all of this, and I would just love to hear the rest of the board's feedback.
Dr. Lewis here.
Okay.
Okay, so again, I'm going to echo a little bit about what Mr. Watkins said, but the location of the HQIU has always been topic for discussion since Senate Bill, I think it was 304, said it in statute that they will be located under DCA. When you look at the enforcement timelines, and I read the report, it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the enforcement timelines have increased with the cases being reviewed by HQIU, and it puts another layer in the middle of the AG and the medical board. So if you could just briefly comment on your thoughts about that process, and we have to change the statute to reflect or get a sponsor to reflect our desire to move back under NBC. Thank you.
Well, clearly, if there is a desire to bring HQIU back under the medical board, yes, that will require legislation. But I think the point that I was making is that I think it's important that the board, I know I understand that there are strong feelings. I understand that there's a lot of social history and institutional memory that people have here. But if we brought HQIU within the medical board, well, then we would still face the same challenges that I outlined. What would we do differently? How would we recalibrate enforcement? So we would still face the same challenges. And to me, the fundamental question that we still have to come to grips with is to recalibrate the relationship and the proportion and the types of cases that we assign to investigations and how we investigate them, the sworn versus the non-sworn. And yes, it's true that the HQIU is that intermediate stage, but it's really one side of a coin. We have our own investigative unit, and then if cases want to advance beyond that, through both routes, they have to go to the Attorney General's office. So again, it's about effectively managing that. If we bring them back in, yes, there will need to be legislation. But for me, the critical point from a regulatory point of view is how do we separate out which route the cases should go to, and how do we effectively manage them once they've gone through those various routes?
Can I talk, Felix, here?
Yes. Dr. Yip, we can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great, thanks. Bill, thanks for your energy and a new idea that actually I share quite a bit with what you're saying. And I shared those ideas with Ms. Lally and Ms. Jones in the past too. Just a few things I want to bring it up. Number one, maybe the long-term goal, we do have in-house investigators and a legal service extra. But as you say, we have to work with what we have right now in the short term. How do we triage the cases? And now we have an in-house medical consultant, Dr. Novo, who can help with triage the cases and see which is urgent, which is not. I like your idea that certain cases can be remediated so that those can be put aside and shorten the timeline and also cut down the cost. So several things in my mind. Number one, I think we should legislature change that with the appeal process. We hear all the time the public bring up cases that, I've never heard about it. We wonder what happened. Do we do a good job? And we all know the issue expert that they ruined the case. So I think we should have the effort or tool to create an appeal process for the public to open the case. Second is that in the future, with the fee increase, I do believe we need to structure in a cost recovery. And some idea I share is that we should start looking for the, let's say, 10 or 20 most common category, like DUI, substance abuse, and negligence, etc., you can actually put a cost on most of the cases, like the time, the analyst, the attorney office, the investigator. So those that we need to start collecting those costs, to build a database to recover costs from people or licensees who end up losing the case and be responsible for the costs. We do have. I like the idea that there are certain cases that you can actually resolve before we get into more extensive. So I wonder whether we can, or you can, in your planning, maybe there's some in-house attorney that actually, after triage, work on those cases, remediate it either by arbitration, upfront with the complainant and with the respondent, resolve those cases before those cases selectively that move to the AG office. So that may cut down the cost and timeline. With the in-house attorney that you pay on a fixed salary, then you avoid certain costs paying the AG office on the hourly rate that we cannot control. We do have a system that we have outsourced our investigator and outsource our attorney service that we can control the cost and part of the timeline. The other thing about expert review, we talked to Ms. Jones about how do we want to have a good team of good expert rather than a large team expert. And on and off, we did have a problem with cases because experts did not do their job. So I suggest to the team and to the board member, maybe in the next 6 months, collect 50 cases that we see how the case can be better if the experts do their job. And then we need to concentrate on training experts who really have the heart to help the medical board and the public. We have experts who refuse to testify, which is a violation of what they're supposed to commit to. So we don't need those. With the in-house consultant, with the AG office, we can pick a list of experts who really want to do the job for the public safety protection, not just because $175 or the prestige. And I think we really work on picking the good expert and more time training the experts so that they'll be more effective. But again, the Women Board and would be happy to help whatever way. But I think one of the new things that I can see the obstacle is the appeal process. I do like to see, as TJ say, some of the consumer, I think they need to have a second chance if they have doubt about the outcome of the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members?
Dr. Babu, if I speak.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So I have specific comment about two issues. Number one is expert physicians, what board brings. And board has a limitation to get expert physicians at a certain level of payment giving them. And respondent or the person who's defending it, hey, they have a lot more on stake and they bring the best of the best. So you cannot really blame all those expert physicians who go and testify on behalf of the board, but the thing is they have a very hard challenge. Number one. Number two, if you put on everybody who's going to lose the case, they will pay, our board should go and collect the money, then people who are going to win the case, they're going to come after the board. So we need to address these issues so that we don't get into a bigger issue. Okay, people who are going to win, they're going to come after the board and they say, we want to collect our things, if you are going to ask your money from us. And these things should be definitely considered. But anyway, I think all of the comments made were very relevant and we should diligently work on that. Thank you.
Any other board members?
Yes, Lori here, if I may.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. One thing that I wanted to bring up, well, first, want to acknowledge my agreement with my previous colleagues' statements about, improving training for our experts. I think that's really important. Another area I wanted to highlight, Bill, yesterday you mentioned about the opportunity for automation. And I wanted to highlight that because I think that there are many ways we can create efficiencies if we could look where we can do that. For example, looking at, and I'm just picking this as an example. The complaint process. We have an analyst that takes a complaint and gathers information which includes medical records or information from the medical provider. I think if there are ways that, if we can put systems in place that informs the public so they could see the status of their case, how that helps us too, as a practical example, is if the public can see where their case is, they have transparency, but also that takes some relief off our folks. When the public is constantly calling, what is the status of my case? Then they don't have to take the time, as much time, to look into it because that information is there. But also, if the public sees that, okay, my case is stuck because I need some medical records, then the patient can help that process along by nudging, perhaps their doctor or their insurance or whatever, help us or help to provide that information. So I think overall, finding these ways to automate certain processes, especially with respect to communication to the public on the status of their case, I think that can relieve burden or time from or task from our folks as well, which in turn gives our folks time to focus more on more cases or more work. Just as another example that I looked into recently was in the licensing, some folks, they don't have, or it's not on our website how long certain processes take. But if we how long they can expect certain things, even through an automated process or even a simple chart on a website, it creates that expectation. So I think just generally, if we can invest in tools that helps relieve us from, save time, but also provides transparency. And those are just some examples, but I'm sure there are other ways where we can find efficiencies.
Thank you. Any other board member?
Dr. Yip, just to follow Laurie's comment, we do have a conversation with Christine and Jenna, and I made a board start to work on it. The idea is, except what Laurie said, through the brief system, there's like a web access that the consumer can look at where the cases are, like evidence collection, AG office, and different phase, case being in the HQIE, etc. That gives it's just like Amazon or FedEx, where the package is all the time. The consumer, the doctor, the license can access this information that see, how it takes for an appointment with the AOJ and why the case is somehow stored in the investigation, so they can see the process. Hopefully, they can incentive to all the parties involved to shorten the timeline to complete the case. But that actually requires the brief system to work on it too.
Okay. Any other?
So, just my final comment. Since we're talking about the sunset review process, I'm asking the question: what is the risks at sunset for the board, right? And just based on experience, I'm sure Denise knows this. She was there. Dr. Ganadev was there at the last sunset review. There were people lining outside of the room, outside of meeting room that we were in. And they all had negative comments to say about the board, that it was more reflective of, okay, people are not happy with how we enforce these things. So that's going to be, again, something that will be reviewed when we go back in the form of the questions when the executive director receives them. So what I'm suggesting is we come up with those tangible things that will address that. And some of that I mentioned, and some of that Mr. Pacifica mentioned. But I think we really need to focus in on that, because if we implement all of the fun ideas, the exciting ideas, and Bill's cooperation kind of culture, then I think we will better present at the next sunset review in order to address it. So we need tangibles, and we also need demonstration that we are now in cooperation with everybody else. And I just think it's always to remember what happened the last time we went there and how couldn't we mitigate some of the things to not have a repeat on that, because that public show had a profound effect on how the legislature responded to the board or reacted to the board. Thank you.
Do we have any other members to make comments?
Madam Chair, this is Dick Thorpe.
Yes.
So, you know, it's I think a really a crucial time for the board. I think there is a sentiment that the board is, as it gets expressed frequently here, that we are not paying attention, that we are not really advocating for patient safety, that we're too insular, and that we're too focused on the protection of doctors, to be frank, just to be blunt. Unfortunately, you know, to sit here in 20 minutes or 45 minutes or whatever it is to try to come up with a strategy that is board directed seems, I mean, I realize that we have a limited time, we have limited meetings, etc. Would there be any value in considering, and I realize I don't know how this works, and this is probably heresy in terms of the Open Meeting Act, but sometimes the board needs a chance to sit down and kind of pull together ideas that are unique and that we could bring from outside of our organization to help us really do the job. I think that all of our hearts are wanting to do the job that is that we signed up for. That is protecting the patients, but it's also preserving. The second part of that is preserving the profession. So it is twofold. It's not just one thing. It is about patient safety, but it's also, I mean, it's primarily patient safety, but it's also about the idea of preserving the profession. So I would just throw it out there. I mean, Mr. Watkins has come up with some really wonderful ideas about, from his perspective, on what he spent time thinking about last night. Frankly, I had patience to see this morning. I didn't think about it till I got to this moment. So I don't have any great ideas, but I wonder, is there a chance that we could meet as a board, like in a strategic planning session, for this opportunity to reconfigure the board, to rethink the board, to do a better job of number one, being more efficient with our resources, but number two, really kind of putting together some real vision for the board that is a longer term vision than just, you know, what we see from one meeting to another. And I know, Denise, I just want to say thank you for all of the work that you do. I don't mean to say that you're not doing a wonderful job, because you are, but I know that, you know, you do a lot of work on this. I don't do very much work, except and not to say that I don't want to, but say that I don't get the opportunity very much. So anyway, I think the concept of a strategic planning session for the board that would give us an opportunity to have a roundtable of ideas, and with some preparation before that for each of the board members, so that we had an opportunity to think about what needs to be done and to have maybe even have some expert people come in to give us ideas about how it's done in other places.
Mm-hmm. So thank you, Dr. Thorpe. Is there anybody else before I make some statements? Okay. So Dr. Thorpe, I totally recognize that you feel that we have the need for more discussion and dialogue, and that's true. I think COVID sort of interrupted a bit for our last board meeting, where we would have had a chance to actually have some beginning discussions. By this board meeting, would have had more fine-tuned these discussions so that the staff could move forward. The staff is going to have to move forward, because we have to deliver our recommendations and suggestions by, I think, December 1st. We have one more board meeting, which means by the time that board meeting actually happens in November, this will be pretty much bow-tied. So what I have heard is cost recovery on specific, perhaps on specific cases, not maybe everything. Moving the investigators and the medical consultants and the support staff to them, to the board, better medical experts, and that could be us reevaluating. I know we just increased how much we are paying them, but we may need to be realistic about in terms of our board versus other boards and what the annual pay is for a doctor to give up the amount of time they would have to give up to participate in an expert reviewer program such as ours may not look the same cost-wise as a per hour charge. And we may have to just recognize that and figure out where we have some cost increases that we really can significantly change. Having an attorney on the board to represent and look at cases that are more low-level cases that could be decided by that attorney, as opposed to going to the AG's office when we need that kind of counsel. And then IT and creating more transparency in the timeline of where a case is respective to the public, and perhaps connecting that to our current app so that it is all connected together and feeds to them so they don't have to even be proactive in coming to us to see where that is. We're proactive in sending that information to them. And I think even that level of transparency could fast track us, because it will put on the spot wherever it is in its space. It will, shine a spotlight on where it is and why is it there, if it's there for longer than a year or the typical time frame. So those are just what I summarized from what those who have spoken today and what they've said. And so maybe we can go from there to make some recommendations to the team as to, of these recommendations, do we want them to focus on all of those and to put recommendations, suggestions into the sunset, or pick several of these? So I'll open it back up for discussion with the members.
Denise, thank you. Just also mention TJ, and also I think TJ, appeal process for the consumer for certain cases that, like doctor, they're not happy with the outcome, they get appeal, but I think consumers should be given the opportunity too. Thank you.
Okay. We'll add that.
Denise, I forgot it. I think
recommendations.
Staff and the senior team at the board, that's you and the vice president, should work with the staff and come up with streamlined recommendations. And I already asked Bill, I do want to see some solid recommendations, not just the board just mentioning it is one compared to somebody with experience all over the world coming up with some recommendations to see how we can look at it. And in the end, it's the board decision, but I think that's what I would recommend, the board leadership working with the staff and have either at the November board meeting or a special board meeting to really look at sunset part alone.
Okay. Any other final comments? Again, we have what now with peer process, we have 6 recommendations, and these will be the 6 recommendations what I mentioned earlier that Dr. Lewis and I will work with the executive team to move forward with exploring more of what would be possible. I don't want to put pie in the sky in it, but what would be possible and what can we improve ourselves, as well as what do we need legislative support on.
Just one more comment. You were with me with the last sunset. You know what possibilities and what politics are. So you have the experience.
Yes.
Use that experience, and for the rest of the board members, it came almost for the sunset, not to re-establish the medical board. The last sunset was so working among the political issues is extremely important.
Yes. Okay.
Denise?
Yes.
Also, you know, since the last sunset, there's been like a new way that people are approaching boards with all the social pressures and all of those things that has come into play as well since the last time. And that it carries a lot more weight than well, it carried a lot of weight the last time from what I remember. But so when we have these recommendations, right, to, well, you were saying not pie in the sky, but what we can actually do. When we come upon the ones that we can actually do, we must be really confident that we can actually deliver on those things. You know, whether it's in a legislative, what will the impact be? As example, on a recovery cost, what will the impact be? Would it be reversing certain things when we decide to what we want to do with the sworn officers? What would the impact be? So that we can create a picture for the legislature about we are addressing these issues. And I just think that the more bold we are, but practical, and what is actually what we can actually implement within the social structure that we're living in now, that would be a great way to present and sell and, you know, prove our case, at the lack of a better word.
Great, I agree with you. Okay, so if there is no more comments from any other board members, we have our task ahead of us. We will take these recommendations that we've narrowed down and summarized, and we will move forward with the executive team. So there's no more comments. There's no action, I don't think, for us to take at this point.
So don't we have to identify the issues?
The specific issues?
Yes.
I summarized those already.
Exactly. But that's the action.
Yeah, that's the action. You want me to do it specifically?
Ms. Carey? Yes. I would recommend having a board vote to make these items official, that more research will be taking place and more discussion on these particular items. And
okay.
That they're authorizing the task force to work with board staff on researching these sunset items.
Okay. So
I can move on. I can move the motion.
Yeah, Dr. Gangadev, I second it with the additional thing that any other issues the staff brings up, we want you to investigate.
Okay, great.
Point of order, if we're about to move to motion, do we also need to have public comment?
Yeah, I'm going to move to public comment.
Absolutely.
Yep, so we have a motion, we have a second. Now, host, can you go to comments from the public?
Yes, I've opened up the Q&A functionality. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please message in there and we will call you in the order they're received. First up, Hannah Reed, please give me a moment to unmute your line. Hannah Reed, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Please.
Yes, so Yeah, so in regards to what Mr. Francisca had stated about reexamining the approach to enforcement, protocols of cases, expanding the toolkit, non-adversarial remediation, and also for the HQIU, AG, and the medical board to learn from our mistakes. I mean, what I'd like to do at this moment is to thank myself and Black Patients Matter, because we were the ones that sued Kimberly Kirchmeier, and she left the position to open the door for Mr. Profisca. And I'm not sure if we'll be rewarded in heaven or not, but I think so. Now, real quick, going back to Mr. Profisca stating the high cost of the enforcement and reviewing it and possibly needing to cut back or that kind of thing. I mean, that statement in social justice terminology is called defunding the police. So I look at Mr. Profisca and I'm not sure he was an angel, part Jesus, part just a really great person, a part Santa Claus. So we are so excited about his presence and his statements, and we'd like to thank us, Black Patients Matter, for filing the federal civil rights lawsuit to get Kimberly Kirchmeier out of there. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Eric Andrus. Unmute your line. Eric Andrus, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Forgive me for talking fast, but I was cut off last time. Bill, I'm very impressed with your knowledge coming in at so recently. I really am very impressed, so thank you. You can't pick and choose, though, what this board needs to it's a big overhaul. You guys need to not just pick and choose a few things. This board needs to be unfunded unless they can come up with a plan to show how to revamp how it works and truly start protecting patients. I understand that means major changes to the laws, but you can't keep paying Carrie Webb to defend laws that are not fulfilling your mission statement of patient safety. This board has been under fire for the same complaints for a century, literally. We won't pull for a fee increase if you want to just keep the status quo. It's already a conflict of interest to use the license fees of doctors to pay for the enforcement program that disciplines them. You certainly don't want to revoke licenses and lose those fees, right? I would love for someone to put together a proposed budget that shows what it would really cost to run the board properly. Marion and I know the sunset procedure very well, and as I mentioned yesterday, we wrote a 200-plus report for the last sunset review that this board chose to ignore. I like what Bill and TJ had to say about finding how to make changes and improvements, but you need to specifically find out why so many legitimate consumer complaints are being closed in the first place. This board was already caught in 1993 literally throwing complaints in the trash in order to clear their desks. I would like to nominate TJ to head a sunset review committee that works with stakeholders to find these things out. You also need to look into the quality of your expert reviewers because they are the ones that are partially controlling why complaints aren't moving forward. You also need to be more open with the consumers that filed the complaint as to who these experts are in cases of conflict of interest and or incompetence. The investigator from CDPH on Marion's father's death case was a pediatrician, and a dermatologist signed his death certificate. But she can't find out if the medical board expert was qualified because you guys hide it. You need to give the consumers the ability to appeal a closure, period. That's patient safety. Only letting doctors appeal is not. And to Lori and Felix's point, thank you guys, you need to put a timeline for every case you're working on online, just like the Contractor State License Board does, so the public doesn't have to bug you with continuous calls. You hide whether a doctor has a complaint filed against him. Again, protecting the doctor instead of consumers, while the Contractor State License Board is upfront with the information from the start. So there's proof it can be done. While the timelines are out of control, they'd be more tolerable if you weren't screwing customers in so many ways. And finally, you need to stop being so punitive with the public. Would it really have killed you to let me speak another 7 seconds on the last item? I had one sentence left. You all know I don't go overboard. On the other hand, a lot of you are very long-winded, and we see Carrie Webb nodding off from time to time. So come on, be a little more reasonable. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Marianne Hollingsworth. Let me get your line open. Oh, same one from last time. Marianne Hollingsworth, are you there?
I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Marion Hollingsworth. I'm a patient safety advocate. I appreciate Mr. Pacifica's comments on board changes. It makes me very optimistic for the future of the board. However, I do take exception with some comments regarding the purpose of this board. Mr. Pacifica said the purpose is to protect patients, but also to promote the practice of medicine. Dr. Thorpe later went on to say the idea of preserving the profession was also a goal. My understanding, according to this board's mission statement, is that the purpose is to license and regulate the profession, not to promote medicine. Its purpose is to protect consumers of California. If you want a promoter, go to the CMA. I think the number of CMA members of the board have skewed its primary goal and purpose. Plus, the CMA only represents 1/3 of California doctors, whereas this board represents all of the people in California. And finally, if you're going to have any stakeholder meetings, would you please include advocates advocate groups, because if you take the time to talk to the CMA, you should also take time to include the advocates. Thank you for your time.
Public comment. Next up, we have Rehan Shi. Let me open your line.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Oh, if you could turn off your device that you have going on there in the background. I'll try unmuting again here. Hopefully we don't get the feedback again. Rehan, are you there? Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to hear you with the device echo there in the background. If you could maybe turn your speakers down. I'll go ahead to Faith Gibson, and we'll come back to you in just a second.
Licensed by the
Faith Gibson, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am licensed by the board as a midwife and have had conversations in the past about the increased use of public letters of public reprimand, so that we're not kind of dropping the bomb on Luxembourg. And also that kind of applies to the earlier conversations about the sexual misconduct, that if you track people who are playing loose with the rules, there's a possibility of either impressing them with the idea that they should clean up their act, or that you can figure out who's going farther and farther into the deep high weeds. My other comment is about non-MD practitioners, that the board would have access to as consultants to deal with the language that is used in other disciplines other than the practice of medicine. That sometimes some of the reports that I have read as an expert reviewer is that the way the complaint was stated was a little bit like, death occurred while driving drunk or something. It's so egregious that it prejudices everything that goes for quite a long time until they finally figure out that, oh, actually this isn't what it looked like. So it seems like it would be less expensive and less of a heartache for everyone involved if you figured that out before you got deep into any kind of investigation or disciplinary actions. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. I'm going to try to go back to Rehan Shi here and see if we can actually, it looks like they might have tried to, maybe they'll be coming back in on the phone line. They're not available right now. So next we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Let me unmute your line. Michelle, are you there? Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. I've been an advocate with the medical board for the past 15 years. We do have the responsibility to protect the public. Yes, you do. The work has already been done to put consumer protections side of physician impairment. There are standards that have been set in place The board is using them, and they are working to protect patients and consumers. Physicians have always had the opportunity to protect their own health and well-being and the welfare of their patients by help. Many physicians have chosen not to. For some reason, impaired physicians, believe that impaired physicians are of a different grade than the average impaired citizen in California. Once they allow themselves to hit rock bottom, they're no different than the average addict. The one and only and most important difference is that they have a license to care for people that blindly put their faith into these doctors' hands. These blind Californians do not have the right to know that. So the uniform standards do need to be protected. Historically, we did have a strategic planning session a few years back in San Diego. I was the only member of the public in the room. The public members rallied around some of the public's ideas on that day for the planning session, yet they were dismissed once the plan was finalized. I agree with other advocates. You need a sunset review working group where you can gather comments from the public and consumer groups. Also, regarding the recommendation for an IT mechanism, creating transparency in the timeline, connecting the public to the complaint process, absolutely. I hear comments from consumers constantly that they have a complaint in the system, they're contacting the board, they have an investigator, they've met their investigator has interviewed them, and every time they contact the board, they're given a new investigator's name. And there's complete chaos with the current investigator claiming that they are their investigator, but every time they contact the board, they're given different names. It loses time, it creates confusion, etc. So it's most definitely needed. And finally, again, I really have to reiterate, you really do need a sunset review working group where you can gather comments from the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. We did lose one caller earlier, the one that we had the echo with, and I haven't seen them rejoin, unfortunately. So that was the last call or last request in the queue. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the Q&A.
Okay, Ms. Codwell, please call the roll call.
Dr. Gonadev.
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes.
Ms. Lugano.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Yes.
Dr. Tirado.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Aye.
Dr. Yip.
Aye.
Ms. Pine.
Yes. Okay. I recognize it's almost noon, and I think we might need just about a 5-7 minute break. So let's do that, and then we'll come back to agenda item 15. So just a 5-7 minute max break. Okay, let's return. Okay. Moving to the next item, which is 15, presentation on vaginal birth after cesarean section by licensed midwives. Ms. Bergala began her practice in 1993 as a direct entry midwife, providing prenatal, birth, and postpartum care in an old order Amish community on the Tennessee-Kentucky border. Ms. Bergala moved to California in 2000, where she is licensed through Seattle Midwifery School, California Challenge Mechanism. Wait, I'm reading that wrong. Where she is licensed through the Seattle Midwifery School of California Challenge Mechanism, that's what it says. Ms. Bergala is currently the Executive Director and Chief Academic Officer of the Mahoney Institute of Midwifery in San Diego. Ms. Bergala, please begin.
Hi. I don't have, I'm still grayed out, so I can't share my screen.
Sorry about that. There you go.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to present and for that. My name is Claudia Brelia, but it's a common mispronunciation. So thank you, and I'm very glad to be here today. I want to start by saying that midwives recognize that people who've had a prior cesarean are at increased risk. But I also want to start with some statistics so that you have a real understanding of the numbers we're talking about and where the risks actually lie. So this table is from the ACOG Practice Bulletin number 205, which is the latest on vaginal birth after cesarean. So it's important to realize that the outcomes for trial of labor after cesarean include all patients attempting VBAC, whether successful or resulting in an unplanned repeat section. As stated by ACOG, most morbidity related to trial of labor after cesarean occurs when repeat cesarean delivery becomes necessary. And according to the May 20th, 2015 National Vital Statistics Report, the risk of major morbidity was significantly higher for women undergoing elective repeat cesarean without labor than with successful VBAC, with the exception of uterine rupture, which was similar between the two. Back to the ACOG chart, the two greatest risks of a trial of labor on the laboring person are infection and surgical injury. Also, the uterine rupture rate of 0.71% given by ACOG includes clinically apparent uterine adhesions, which is a partial separation of the uterine scar and does not have catastrophic consequences. Because of that, ACOG's rate of uterine rupture is higher than the usually cited rate of 0.2 to 0.5%. So risks to the mother are rare, with the most common being the least emergent. And it's also important to remember that each repeat cesarean increases life-threatening obstetric risk in subsequent pregnancies and births. So ACOG Practice Bulletin 205 also identifies risks to the baby. The greatest risk to the baby is the need for bag and mask resuscitation, which midwives regularly practice and are prepared for, and transient tachypnea, which is a self-limiting problem and usually spontaneously resolves in the first few hours. So how many births are we talking about? In 2018, there were 454,920 births in California, with 99% occurring in the hospital. California's cesarean rate is 30.9%, with 24.5% of cesareans occurring in low-risk patients having their first baby. 50% of California hospitals did not meet the National Healthy People target of a 23.9% cesarean rate for low-risk first birth, and the VBAC rate in California is 13.2%. LMs attended 4,148 planned out-of-hospital births. 17% of our planned community births resulted in an intrapartum transfer, with over half of transfers ending with an uncomplicated vaginal delivery in the hospital. Our cesarean rate is under 8%. We had 187 planned and 151 completed VBACs at home. 14 of our VBAC clients who transported gave birth vaginally in the hospital, and when you include those births, it brings our successful VBAC rate up to 89%. Those numbers are indicators that LMs are both successfully attending VBACs and are doing their jobs and transporting in a timely way. California licensed midwives are required to have a 3-year accredited education at a school approved by the medical board. Students in midwifery programs leading to the National Certified Professional Midwife Credential and California licensure spend 3 years learning how to care for pregnant, birthing, and postpartum people, including recognition and response to risk factors, warning signs, complications, and emergencies, and how to provide routine and emergency care to newborns. Our training is specific to home and freestanding birth centers. MEEC, NARM, and the Licensed Midwifery Practice Act identify specific areas of training and competency, both clinical and didactic. MEEC defines the required educational content for accredited schools of midwifery. NARM provides the national certification exam, which is used as the licensing exam in California and every other state that licenses CPMs. California law also lists requirements for midwifery education. MEEC divides competencies into knowledge competencies and skills competencies. Students are taught to understand the foundation of normal and the mechanisms and physiology of pregnancy and birth, so that deviations from normal can be recognized and responded to before they become complications and emergencies. Skills competencies, both for normal and complications, are taught using hands-on simulation in practice scenarios and by working alongside licensed midwives, gradually taking on more responsibility as they progress in their training. MEEC includes competencies specific to VBAC and VBAC complications, including risk assessment and indicators of need for transfer of care. All of the complications students learn about, including uterine rupture, have warning signs that an alert midwife can catch before they become emergencies. The NARM exam includes test items specific to VBAC and VBAC complications, including contraindications, management, identification of risk factors, signs and symptoms of uterine rupture, and the provision of emergency treatment. NARM also requires that midwives have current neonatal resuscitation and basic life support certification, complete continuing education hours, and attend peer review. Nijoni's curriculum, like other MEEC-accredited midwifery schools, includes learning objectives to appropriately screen and manage the care of VBAC clients. Our students are required to create an informed consent and a care plan for clients intending home VBAC. This slide contains just a few items of a common VBAC curriculum. So how do midwives put all of that into practice when it comes to VBAC? The California Code of Regulations used to include a standard of care for licensed midwives and a specific informed consent for clients requesting VBAC. The passage of AB 1308 removed the authority for this section of the regulation. In the absence of new regulations regarding VBAC, as a best practice, midwives continue to use the informed consent requirements from Section 1379.19, which were written in conjunction with and approved by Shannon Smith-Crowley and Dr. Ruth Haskins, the ACOG lawyer and representative at the time. They include discussion of the risks and benefits of VBAC and elective repeat cesarean section, ACOG's current position on VBAC, and identification of the midwife's training, history, and clinical experience with VBAC. The client agrees to supply the operative report from their previous cesarean, allow increased monitoring, and to transport at the midwife's request. VBAC clients attended by midwives are low-risk clients who are likely to succeed at their VBAC attempt. For example, half had a prior vaginal delivery in addition to their cesarean, putting them in one of the lowest risk categories for community-based care. The vast majority only had one prior cesarean section. In our screening, midwives take into account client commitment and willingness to make changes that will improve chances of a positive outcome. And as I said earlier, we have an 89% success rate for clients attempting VBAC. So I want to talk for a minute about how licensed midwives practice. A busy midwife will provide care for fewer than 50 births per year. This gives midwives a lot of time to spend with people prenatally, assessing well-being, talking about nutrition, exercise, and other healthy habits that will make for a safer pregnancy, birth, and postpartum. Focused informed consent and shared decision-making conversations can take an hour or longer and can span over 2 or more appointments. In many parts of California, the greatest barrier to providing safe care for VBAC clients is that obstetric practices and entire managed care networks refuse to see anyone for any reason who is considering VBAC outside of the hospital. At the birth, pharmaceutical methods of labor induction and augmentation are linked to an increased risk of uterine rupture. Midwives are restricted from the use of artificial, forcible, or mechanical means, so labor must begin and continue on its own. Midwife teams typically arrive at births early in active labor and provide one-on-one continuous care, monitoring normal indicators, and respond to warning signs and potential deviations from normal. If unable to resolve warning signs and maintain or restore normal, care is transferred to a hospital before it becomes a complication or emergency, and often before it is considered a problem by the receiving hospital. The physical, emotional, and psychological support provided by midwives makes VBAC with a midwife likely to succeed. Midwives use intermittent monitoring with a handheld Doppler to assess fetal well-being and monitor VBAC clients more frequently to ensure that warning signs evidenced by abnormal fetal heart tone patterns are not missed. Labor is observed and assessed for normal progress and the expected timeframes for first and second stage. Clients with warning signs of potential problems are often transported for hospital care earlier than non-VBAC. In 1999, ACOG released updated VBAC guidelines. The new, more restrictive guidelines changed the recommendation from encouraging a trial of labor to recommending that VBAC only be attempted in hospitals equipped to provide immediate emergency care. Hospitals without 24-hour anesthesia staff enacted bans, and others required physicians to remain on site throughout an entire VBAC labor. The VBAC rate in California dropped from 24% to 13.5% in response. Disproportionate numbers of rural hospitals stopped offering VBAC. A 2006 study published in the Annals of Family Medicine concluded that neonatal and maternal mortality rates did not improve despite increasing rates of repeat cesarean delivery during the years after the ACOG 1999 VBAC guideline revision. In other words, restricting VBAC when immediate emergency response was not available, such as in a rural hospital or a patient's home, did not improve outcomes significantly. So this left California in 2017 with 27 hospitals that did not allow any VBAC, 50% with VBAC rates under the state average of 13.2%, and only 2 with VBAC rates over 40%. Again, with no significant improvement in outcomes as a result of the restrictions. "45% of people who delivered via cesarean in their first birth want to have their next baby born vaginally. Only 13% will have the opportunity. In 2018, 187 pregnant people entered into care with a licensed midwife with the goal of VBAC at home, knowing that an immediate surgical response would not be available in the event of a life-threatening emergency. Licensed midwives do a very small number of VBACs. The clients who contact us are highly motivated and committed and firmly believe that a community birth affords them the best, or in many cases, their only opportunity to succeed. ACOG Committee Opinion number 664 states, pregnancy is not an exception to the principle that a decisionally capable patient has the right to refuse treatment, even treatment needed to maintain life. Therefore, a decisionally capable pregnant woman's decision to refuse recommended medical or surgical interventions should be respected. The use of coercion is not only ethically impermissible, but also medically inadvisable because of the realities of prognostic uncertainty and the limitations of medical knowledge. As such, it is never acceptable for obstetrician gynecologists to attempt to influence patients toward a clinical decision using coercion. The way Section 2507 of the Licensed Midwifery Practice Act currently reads, it sets up a significant barrier to care in that certain situations require a determination from an examining physician that the pregnancy or birth will not be significantly affected by a condition. A determination creates liability, and doctors will not be able to give a positive determination for that reason, regardless of their professional judgment. Without that determination, the midwife is not allowed to continue care, regardless of client consent to midwifery care or refusal to transfer to physician care. That small number of VBAC clients currently served by licensed midwives would be coerced into either a hospital trial of labor or repeat cesarean, or would feel that they had no choice but to attempt an unattended VBAC at home. Language to amend Section 2507 of the Business and Professions Code was proposed by the Midwifery Task Force and approved by vote of the full medical board in 2017. Going forward with the proposed language will not remove the requirement that the midwife send a patient with a deviation from normal during the course of care to a physician and surgeon for an assessment. This proposed language removes liability from the physician while giving the family and midwife an additional assessment and medical opinion to consider when they're engaging in informed choice and shared decision-making conversations. So thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brazilia. Do we have any comments from the members? I know this was a presentation that we specifically asked for based on a regulation that we were going to vote on, and we felt we didn't have enough information. And so now we've been provided with quite a bit of information, statistics, understanding of the practice, the engagement between the midwife and the patient, and very specific outcomes that seem like successful outcomes in this practice.
Dr. Hawkins.
Ms. Pines.
Dr. Hawkins?
Thank you very much for that presentation. It's helpful. So I noticed, I think if I interpreted correctly, the fourth page, that the majority of women that were transferred to the hospital still underwent a vaginal delivery.
Yes.
Does that
Yes.
mean that the midwife was just more cautious about that particular woman? And the other question would be, tell us a little bit about what happens with getting physicians to be able to be available, because if in fact C-section is required, there has to be a OBGYN physician available to actually perform the C-section.
The law requires hospitals to accept laboring women, regardless of whatever. So the problem comes in pregnancy, in the absence of labor, when we feel that one of our clients becomes high risk and needs to see a physician. At times, depending on the area, and depending on the ability to have a friendly physician who will take our transports, it can be a challenge to find someone to see one of our patients, especially late in pregnancy. But there have also been cases of networks and stuff putting out letters saying, and OB practices, that they will not see patients who are planning home births. So as has been explained to us many times, the medical board can't force physicians to see patients they don't want to, but it does put us in a position of having to really struggle sometimes to get our patients care.
Thank you.
Ms. Pines. It's Dr. Thorpe. So thank you, Mrs. Brillia, for that excellent presentation. I think that was very helpful for me personally to help understand the situation. But so currently, although there, based on the statistics that you presented, there appear to be good statistics for doing vaginal birth after C-section. And the TOLAC, that's the trial of labor after C-section.
Correct.
Right. So currently, the situation is that you are trying to do, or your clients want a home birth, and I don't know if she's still there.
I can't figure out how to turn the ringer off.
Oh, that's all right. So
That's okay.
currently, you're in the process of doing a vaginal birth at home with the licensed midwife, you are you allowed to do a vaginal birth after C-section currently under current law?
We're not restricted from it. There was a whole process prior to the passage of AB 1308 where we had to give specific informed consent, and were then able to do vaginal birth after cesarean. And at that point, we had very similar statistics. We've always had good success rates and good outcomes. So we've never been restricted from being able to do that.
Just one other thing. So my understanding is that the California College of OBGYN and the American College both were supportive of your practice without physician supervision. Is that correct?
They allowed it because it had never been workable.
Okay.
It's the professional liability company wouldn't allow them to speak or to supervise midwives. So it was unavailable to us, which created a great barrier to care in that the physicians were being instructed to not even speak with us. So it's the same thing. So they agreed to that, and in return for some restrictions on scope of practice.
I'm sorry. I don't mean. I'm just trying to understand this.
Okay.
So it seems to me with the statistics that you've presented, with low morbidity mortality rates for both the pregnancy and for the mother, or the child and the mother, why would am I missing something? Why would malpractice companies not want a I guess I'm not quite clear as to why they would be obstructing GYN doctors or OBGYN doctors from helping out in a situation where it appears that the statistics are pretty good.
I believe it's just the fear of increased liability. Home birth, community birth is not considered safe or desirable in the medical model of care because the kind of care we give, the way we provide care is very different. And the care that midwives give, or the care that is given in the medical system, would not be safe in a home environment. It's only safe because of our relationship with our clients, the continuous care that we give. For instance, one of the reasons that was cited most commonly for physicians to not do VBACs was a requirement that they be continually present during the labor, whereas that's just a given for 2 or more midwives to be continually present throughout an entire labor. So part of what increases the risk is not having that continuous monitoring and support and all of that. So the success rate is much lower in hospitals, which increases the risk. So when they're looking at us, they're looking at the same risk that they would have, except in a setting where it can't be dealt with immediately.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Lewis?
Okay.
Hi, Ms. Regia. Very, very, very interesting. We always get a little confused about exactly your scope of practice. So thanks for the summary. I have a couple questions. And what I've learned from your presentation is the a woman who wants to have a home birth has a better access to a midwife than maybe their OB? I mean, it's because you're in constant communication with them. That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So their prenatal care, to me, seems to be better. I don't, for lack of a better term, seems to be more continuous.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Now, let's say you're doing a vaginal birth, you yourself, and there's a complication, and you haven't established yourself with a practicing OB who's affiliated with a local hospital. So, and things are going south. What do you as a midwife then do? Because you don't have the relationship, but things are happening. What do you do? Give me that scenario.
Okay, well, midwives generally practice within a certain area, so they do have a relationship with the local hospitals, even if it's not a formal one. What we do is we've already put together an emergency care plan, so we know what that patient's preferred hospital is, which is usually based on insurance, what the closest hospital is, and then normally transport is initiated when it looks like a complication is developing and we can't pull it back into normal. So a lot of times we get there before the complication actually manifests. But what we do is we call the hospital and we say, we have this is a planned home birth, and this is what's happening, and we would like to bring her in. This is no longer safe at home. And then they either will talk to the laborist or the charge nurse, and then we bring the person in. So once a woman's in labor, there's really no problem with the transfer.
Okay, and my last comment is that about malpractice insurance, it would seem to me that they would welcome patients under your care because of all the intensive prenatal activity, and you can recognize the gestational diabetes, the other issues earlier, but I guess the term it's a liability overshadows all that. So that's all I have to say, but I support your effort and what you do and serving the community where access is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Ms. T.J. Watkins. Thank you, Ms. Brelia. This was really good. My question is, I'm actually getting the complete picture. We have this medical model that's profit-driven, and I will just be frank about that. That's profit-driven, that has a lot of power, and it appears that the licensed midwives are sitting on the outside of that system, and you're just trying to find your way in. So what the unintentional consequence of that is that you got better. And what you did that was really impressive is that you built on eons of that relationship between the mother and the licensed midwife as to mitigate all the risks along the way. Because only in such a close relationship can you catch things earlier if you have the training to know what to look for. The training is one thing, but the relationship actually makes that communication possible, right? And whereas in the medical model, you know, the inducement of labor and all of those things, I become I see your place. And why we asked you to come before us was to establish whether this was a high risk behavior. And I'm very comfortable with the work that you do, and I think that the work that you do has absolutely placed a space in this. And I just trust that we can create a better relationship between you and the medical model, which will appear because eventually everything will stream out. So just thank you.
Thank you. That is also our hope, that we have a better relationship and can ensure smoother transfers of care when our clients need it, so that we're all working together for the health of that mother and baby.
Do we have any other comments from any other members?
I have a quick question. This is Lori Rose Lubiano. Thanks again for the presentation. Referring back to your data slide with the statistics, I was curious, so the 187 statistic, is that a subset of the 4,000?
Yes.
148, okay. And when you say success rate, what does success mean?
It means a vaginal delivery.
Okay, just simply that.
Yeah. So I got the statistics from the Licensed Midwife Annual Report, and they have outcomes following transfer, and so it's not really clear, but there were no uterine ruptures. The outcomes looked really good. I didn't want to cite any of them because it wasn't clear enough that I could say with certainty, like I could, that 14 of our VBAC transports ended with a vaginal delivery in the hospital, where they're going to be much more careful and much more quick to resort to a repeat cesarean if that was necessary. So our outcomes are good.
Great, thank you. Oh, just one quick thing. Is your work covered by insurance? Generally,
by health insurance?
Yes.
We get paid at out-of-network rates by PPOs. Very few midwives are, I don't know that any midwives are in HMO networks, but I could be wrong. Medi-Cal does cover licensed midwives, and I believe that managed care Medi-Cal is required to have at least one licensed midwife in their network, or pay a licensed midwife as if they were in network. But I'm not entirely sure about that.
No worries. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Do we have any additional questions? Okay. Ms. Brillia, thank you so much for this presentation. It was, again, very informative, and I think we have some clarity that we didn't have before. So now I'm going to ask the host to call for public comments.
Yes, I open the Q&A panel up for anyone who'd like to make a public comment. Please indicate so. Okay, we have Hannah Reed. Let me open your line. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Yes, so that was a very informative talk in regards to maternal health and VBACs. I guess I'm a little disappointed that no mention was made of Black mothers and the high mortality rates, and how that plays into decision making as far as the C-sections or vaginal delivery. That would have been a very important point to make. So thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Rosanna Davis. Give me a minute to open your line. Rosanna Davis, are you there? Rosanna Davis, your device might be muted. Could you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Claudia, for that excellent presentation. This is Rosanna Davis. I just have a couple of brief comments. Currently, the managed care plans are not complying, many of them, with requirements to have a licensed midwife, certified nurse midwife, and a birth center in their networks. We are working with policy makers on those issues. Which touches on the issue of Black and Brown maternal health issues, because many Medi-Cal beneficiaries still cannot access licensed midwives with any ease. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Carrie Sparavant. Let me find you here in the list. Carrie Sparavant, are you there?
I am. Thank you. My name is Carrie Sparavant. I'm a licensed midwife, and I chaired the Midwifery Advisory Council to the Medical Board for a number of years. I also was extensively involved in revising the Licensed Midwife Annual Report, and I believe the statistics for 2019 are the first year where there will be a separate section of reporting for VBAC. So there'll be a lot more data available to us this year. The board might have that report already. I'm not sure. It's supposed to be given to the legislature by July, but given COVID, I'm not sure where we're at with that. The other piece is that we collect no data on the ethnicity of our clients or our providers in the Licensed Midwife Annual Report. And it is something that would be really, really helpful to have, so that we knew how many midwives of color there were, where they were located in the state, so that people of color could access services from providers that had similar backgrounds. So look for that new data on VBAC in the current Licensed Midwife Annual Report. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Faith Gibson. Line. Faith Gibson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
The first thing I'd like to do is explain that ACOG itself has basically considered to be the premise of out-of-hospital birth, home birth, since I believe 1974. And so that's a pre-existing condition, so to speak, when it comes to the VBAC issue. If you don't believe that anybody should have a baby at home, even with a professional midwife, you certainly would like to support the concept of them having a VBAC at home. So that's just to kind of clarify what otherwise is a kind of a muddy concept. The other thing is that between 1998 and 2000, I was the administrator for a medical malpractice group that covered midwives in 3 states, one of those states, of course, being California. And we did that because at that time, obstetricians said we would be happy to work with you if you had malpractice insurance, but since you don't, we can't. So we got malpractice insurance, and then basically what they said is, well, all that means is now there are 2 people to sue. So we have been bending over backwards since Adam and Eve, practically, trying to figure out how to make this work, and thus far haven't gotten terribly far. I appreciate the opportunity to provide the real information about VBAC that today's presentation by Claudia provides. And thank you, Claudia. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Diane Holzer. Let me open your line. Diane Holzer, are you there? Diane Holzer, are you there? Your device might be muted. You have to unmute yourself to speak. Diane, one more try there. Okay, she seems to be muting and unmuting her device, so I don't know if we're going to be able to get through. That was the last request in the queue, so.
Okay. All right. We will now, thank you. We will now move to agenda item 16, discussion and recommendation from the Special Faculty Permit Review Committee. Dr. Gananadev.
Thank you, Ms. Pines. On June 11, 2020, the Special Faculty Permit Review Committee held a teleconference meeting. During the meeting, the committee reviewed and discussed two applicants, Dr. Peter James Goldsby, application for special faculty appointment with the University of California, Los Angeles, David Geffen School of Medicine, and Dr. Juan Carlos Martinez Camarillo, application for a special faculty appointment with the University of Southern California School of Medicine. Please turn to agenda item 16 in your meeting packet for a detailed report on Dr. Goldsby and Dr. Martinez Camarillo's qualifications, medical school, and postgraduate training. The first applicant is Dr. Peter James Goldsby. Dr. Goldsby's area of expertise is in neurology, specifically the area of migraine headache research. Dr. Goldsby is currently a professor of neurology at UCSF under a special faculty permit approved by the board in 2007. Additionally, Dr. Goldsby is the director of National Institute of Health Research Wellcome Trust Research Facility and professor of neurology at King's College of London. Dr. Goldsby has received more than 50 honors and awards, including the 2019 H.G. Wolf MD Award by the American Headache Society. There is one like that. Dr. Goldsby developed inpatient units at both UCSF School of Medicine and King's College London to treat headaches that will not respond to standard medical therapies. If approved by the board, Dr. Goldsby will hold a full-time faculty position as professor of neurology at David Geffen School of Medicine of UCLA, where he will build a new inpatient migraine unit at UCLA Santa Monica Hospital. UCLA has demonstrated that Dr. Goldsby is academically eminent to hold a full-time professor clinical faculty appointment at UCLA. The committee reviewed Dr. Goldsby's application and qualifications and recommends that the board approve Dr. Goldsby's application for a special faculty permit. This concludes my report on Dr. Goldsby. Are there any questions?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, now I'm glad you did because I'm supposed to make the motion. So it's all right. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Chair, you can take over now.
Okay. Ms. Caldwell? Oh, no, sorry. Yes, that's where I was going. Can we please have the host open up the lines for public comment for the special license permits?
Yes, the Q&A window is now open. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please just send a message and I'll call you on the order received. At this time, I don't see any, but we'll give it another few seconds. Okay, I think it's safe to assume there's no public comments requested for this item.
Okay, Members, please unmute your computers. Ms. Cotwell, please perform the roll call.
Dr. Gonadev,
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins,
Yes.
Dr. Kraus,
Yes.
Ms. Lawson,
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Aye.
Dr. Torado,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Aye.
Dr. Yip,
Yes.
Ms. Pine.
Yes. Okay, Dr.
Sir,
Ganadev?
I'll get to the second applicant.
Mm-hmm.
The second applicant is Dr. Juan Carlos Martinez Camarillo. Dr. Martinez Camarillo's area of expertise is in the field of retinal surgery, specifically in the area of ocular trauma cases. Dr. Martinez Camarillo is currently a research scientist with the Department of Ophthalmology at Tech School of Medicine of USC. Dr. Martinez Camarillo was the 2015 awardee for excellent case presentation at the Salzburg Vail Cornell Seminar in Ophthalmology. Dr. Martinez Camarillo was appointed as the Medical Director of the Translational Research in vivo core facility. Dr. Martinez Camarillo's involvement with research and biomedical projects at USC contributed to the development of new technology in treating ocular trauma. If approved by the board, Dr. Martinez Camarillo will hold a full-time faculty position as Associate Professor of Clinical Ophthalmology at Tech School of Medicine at USC, where he will manage ocular trauma and retinal diseases. USC has demonstrated that Dr. Martinez Camarillo is clearly outstanding to hold a full-time professor clinical faculty appointment at USC. The committee reviewed Dr. Martinez Camarillo's application and qualification and recommends that the board approve Dr. Martinez Camarillo's application for special faculty permit. This concludes my report on Dr. Martinez Camarillo. Are there any questions from the board?
Move approval.
Second.
Can we ask the host for public comments?
Again, open the Q&A panel. If anyone would like public comment, please send a message. Okay, again, I don't see any messages, so.
Okay, members, please unmute your computers, and Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call.
Actually, I'm sorry, one just came in. Can I go ahead and?
Yes.
It looks like Joe Chickwe. Give me just a second. Open your mic. Joe Chickwe, you there?
I am. It's not a question about this candidate. It's a general question. You may want to address it later.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go ahead and put you back on mute, and you can queue up again when that agenda item comes up. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Caldwell?
Dr. Gonadev,
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins,
Yes.
Dr. Kraus,
Yes.
Ms. Lawson,
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes.
Dr. Torado,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Aye.
Dr. Yip,
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Aye. The recommendations from this Special Faculty Permit Review Committee are approved. Members, please mute your computers. Moving to the next item, which is item 17, update on the Health Professions Education Foundation. Dr. Hawkins and Dr. Ganadev.
This is Dr. Hawkins, representing both of us, and thank you very much. I refer to agenda item 17 for the details. I want to start by reminding us all who HPEF is, Health Professional Education Foundation, and what we do by starting to read the mission statement. Health Professional Education Foundation, also called HPEF, improves access to healthcare in underserved areas of California by providing scholarship and loan repayment programs to health professional students and graduates who are dedicated to providing direct patient care in those areas. In return for this support, recipients agreed to provide direct patient care in a medically underserved area of California for a period of 1 to 3 years. I want to also tell you about how to reach us. Dr. Ganadev and I sit on the board. We're representative of the medical board and HPEF board. HPEF is housed in OSHPAD, Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. Their website is oshpd.ca.gov. I want to update to you what's new at HPEF. Governor Newsom appointed Mr. Marco Mijic as the acting director of OSHPAD. That's new. The governor also appointed Dr. Nuriel Makhavan as the president of HPEF's Board of Trustees. Most recently, we've been developing a strategic plan for HPEF. Please look at the page 2 and 3 for highlights that I want to recognize. First, loan and scholarships of the following professionals who agreed to participate in medically underserved areas of California include the allied health, nursing includes LVN, RNs, and advanced practice nursing, in other words, registered nurse practitioner, mental health practitioners, and physicians. That was a total of $25,667,517 in loans and grants for fiscal year 2019 and 2020, and the details are on page 1 and 2. I would also refer you to page 2 and 3, which tells us about the application dates for fiscal year 2020 to 2022. So this tells us which type of loans and scholarships one can apply for, and the start and end dates. Very, very important. This is also available with more details for oshpad.ca.gov/HPEF. Finally, the Stephen M. Thompson Physician Corps Loan Repayment Program is also given in some detail. My ask for all of you is to spread the word, spread the news about HPEF, what it offers to all your contacts. And you can start by viewing our website, oshpad.ca.gov/HPEF, oshpd.ca.gov/HPEF. I would invite the public to attend our meetings. Our next board meeting is September 9th, 2020. And that information is also available on the website, oshpad.ca.gov, looking at public meeting. Finally, I want you to visit our website and social media, including Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Members, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. Host, could we go to the public for public comments?
Yes, I've opened the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. Okay, at this time, I don't see any public comments, so go ahead and close the window.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 18, discussion and possible action on appointment of a member to the Health Professions Education Foundation. We just heard from Dr. Hawkins. He's already given an overview. I won't redo that, but we have a member, Dr. Hawkins, who would like to be reappointed to this wonderful foundation and all the work that he's doing there. So members, if we could unmute our computers, and if I can have a motion to approve Dr. Hawkins to reappointment to the Health Professions Education Foundation.
I move to approve Dr. Hawkins.
Second.
Okay. Are there any comments from the members?
I can, Dr. Ganadev, I can tell you, Dr. Hawkins does an amazing job. Actually, he takes the notes because they don't have staff to take the notes. So he's that good.
Thanks for sharing that.
My title is recording secretary, please.
Okay, I'd like to ask the host for any public comments.
The Q&A window is open again. If anybody would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. Again, I don't see any public comments coming in, so.
Okay, members, please unmute your computers. Ms. Codwell, please perform the roll call.
Thank you. Can I confirm who had the second, please?
Dr. Garrett.
Dr. Lewis had the, no, I had the first and who had the second?
Deb.
Thank you. Dr. Granados.
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Cox.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes.
Ms. Lubiana.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Hort.
Yes.
Dr. Prado.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Aye.
Dr. Gibb.
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Our next agenda item is 19, discussion and possible action to amend Title 16 California Code of Regulations, sections 1337 and 1379.26 regarding continuing education programs offered by the board. Ms. Webb.
Thank you, Ms. Pines. This proposal is simply to allow the board to grant CME credit for programs offered by the board. This will be important for physician and licensed midwives who attend the board's expert training. And so it's a straightforward regulation to add approval for programs offered by the board. And also under the licensed midwife section 1379.26, it updates the language since the California Association of Midwives has gone through a name change. So it's bringing that current. And I'm looking for a motion to allow staff to prepare the necessary documents to submit to Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, and upon their approval, to submit the documents to the Office of Administrative Law to notice the proposed language to amend section 1337 and 1379.26, and to authorize staff to make non-substantive changes to the language and respond to non-substantive comments during the rulemaking process without having to return to the board.
This is Dr. Yip. I'd like to make that long motion. Thank you.
Dr. Mahmood, I second.
I have a query. I have a question for the page 19 one. And item 1, it says programs which qualify for category 1 credit from California Medical Association. Is that supposed to be R rather than R?
I'm sorry, say that again. You cut out.
So the second sentence on number 1 in 19.1, it says association, it says NAR, the American Medical Association. I think it's a spelling mistake. It's R supposed to be. Is that right? Because meaning changes quite a bit. You know the page I'm pointing.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. It should be or. Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
because the meaning does change otherwise. So, okay, thank you. I'll I don't know if it was seconded. I'll support with the change of the word.
Yeah, and that's just part of the summary. It's not in the regulatory proposal. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question, Howard Kraus.
Okay.
When the FSMB became a CME granting organization, medical board members were no longer allowed to have the FSMB reimburse them for expenses in attending their meeting. If the medical board becomes a CME granting organization, does this interfere with the ability of the medical board to reimburse physician and medical board members for their expenses in relation to attendance of medical board meetings?
I think this is a different category because you do board business. The issue with FSMB is that it's a different organization outside of the board, and they have ideas that sometimes come before the board. And if they are paying for travel and accommodations, then the law just frowns upon that and limits what members can accept.
Thank you.
Okay. Any public comments?
Go ahead and open up the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. Okay, I don't see anything coming in, so.
Okay, members, please unmute your computers. Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call.
Dr. Gonadev,
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins,
Yes.
Dr. Kraus,
Yes.
Ms. Lawson,
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes.
Dr. Tirado,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Aye.
Dr. Yip,
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Aye. Great. Members, please mute your computers. The next item on the agenda is 20, presentation on the standard of care. Senior Assistant Attorney General Gloria Castro leads the Health Quality Enforcement Section in the California Department of Justice, Attorney General's Office. Ms. Castro joined the Attorney General's Office Civil Rights Enforcement Section in 1999. After promoting to Supervising Deputy Attorney General in 2010, Attorney General Kamala Harris appointed Ms. Castro as the Senior Assistant Attorney General of the Health Quality Enforcement Section in 2013. Ms. Castro, stellar career. Please join us.
Thank you very much, President Pines. Can everyone hear me today?
Yes.
Wonderful. And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for asking us to give this presentation. I'm going to run through this very, very fast, understandably. This presentation is supposed to give a very high-level overview of the standard of care and standard of practice of physicians in the state of California. For more information, one can always refer to these resources on the medical board's page, resources links, and they provide most of the material I'm going to present today in more detail. The presentation's objectives today are to have a high-level overview of the definition of the standard of care and the existing laws concerning the standard of care in the practice of the medical board cases. The determination of the applicable standard of care is one critical step in the analysis and life of an enforcement case. It is pertinent in the AG's exercise of the prosecutorial discretion it exercises, and it is pertinent to the medical board's executive officer's decisions to sign accusations for filing, which lists charges at the outset of the case. To start off with, the general duty of care. We all have an awareness of this in our normal day-to-day. Individuals owe other individuals a duty of care in different contexts, and that is the definition. So for the general standard of care, it's a long-standing definition as well. And as you can see, the definition bases standard of care on the reasonableness and the circumstances under which an interaction between individuals occur. The medical standard of care, and you will hear us in our parlance using these two terms interchangeably, also as the standard of practice. We use these terms interchangeably, but in any event, whatever term we use, we consider the context of medical care and the treatment in the physician-patient encounter. As we all are aware, the doctor-patient interaction can take the course over a short or a long period of time. It can take place in an outpatient or an inpatient setting, in a crisis or a disaster scenario, emergency and urgent care, mental health, pregnancy. It could be a one-time consultation or a one-time course of medical treatment. Generally, non-alternative medical treatment is science-based. Because knowledge, research, and technology can and do change over time, the standard of care can and does evolve over time. And critically, there is a difference between doctors who are pioneers in the field versus doctors who are renegades. Science and knowledge does evolve. So the standard of care is measured from the acceptable practice during the relevant time period. So while looking back and assessing what the doctor did, we also ask at the time, what should the doctor have done? A previously acceptable practice can fall out of the standard of care, or an innovative matter of treatment not within the standard of care can be later accepted as the standard of care. Either way, the physician is measured by the applicable standard of care and the time period of the modality or the care that it was being rendered. There are ordinary and generally accepted standard of care where there is no longer development in the accepted knowledge. Examples of this include things that are generally accepted as something that needs to be done, and it is within the standard of care, like the basic taking of a patient history and physical exam, setting forth a treatment plan with objectives, obtaining informed consent, a periodic review of the treatment's efficacy, and adequate and accurate medical record keeping. And finally, there is only one standard of care. It is not higher in a university setting or an urban setting, and is not lower in an economically deprived or rural setting. The expectations of licensees in the state of California goes without saying. The expectation is that they will practice competently and within the applicable standard of care. Physicians are not required to provide above the care that a competent physician would have done in the same situation given the same resources. And physicians are not permitted to practice below the care that a competent physician would have done in the same situation given the same resources. And again, the working definition of the medical standard of care takes into account the diagnostic and treatment process that the average prudent physician in a given community should follow based on the patient, illness, and clinical presentation. The medical standard of care specifies the appropriate treatment based on scientific evidence, medical community consensus, and in the community of professionals under similar circumstances. The medical board receives complaints and investigates what the physician did in the care rendered to the patient. And this involves obviously getting into the time of care and those things surrounding that time and place. This involves review of medical records, patient interviews, sometimes asking for the physician's side of the story at the outset or later on with a medical consultant during an investigation to obtain the factors that set forth the medical decision-making. The standard of care is determined by experts in the same community involved in the treatment of the given condition, like the accused physician. The standard of care is not written down, however, it is defined in law. Business and Professions Code Section 2334 defines a professional conduct, to include gross negligence, repeated negligent acts, and incompetence. The legislature enacted the statute and provides the medical board with the guidance it needs in handling licensees it is charging with unprofessional conduct. The standard of care is provided in expert reports and testimony of expert witnesses in the same specialty as the accused physician. The definition of gross negligence is set forth here. And again, this is the degree of a departure is determined from the standard of care applicable, and the degree can be simple, extreme, and at the same time, medical board experts can decide that there was no departure from the standard of care. The legislature has defined unprofessional conduct to also include repeated negligent acts. And a simple departure is set forth here. It means just a failure to use that level of skill or knowledge that another reasonably careful physician would use in the same or similar circumstances. The legislature has enacted further definitions with respect to an initial negligent diagnosis being followed by an act or omission that is medically appropriate. And this constitutes a single negligent act. The board will not charge a standalone single simple departure from the standard of care in an accusation, but it will charge repeated negligent acts. The legislature has also enacted incompetence as in professional conduct under 2234. And this is the definition. This statute takes into account that the level of competence required in providing medical care is expected to be reasonable, skilled, and diligent. In other words, a physician can possess the knowledge and ability to perform a procedure and be negligent in performing that duty in that procedure. At the same time, if the physician never possessed the knowledge and ability to begin with and still chose to undertake that procedure, that could be incompetence. So that's the critical difference between negligence and incompetence. Physicians are expected to competently practice medicine within the experience, qualifications, and ability that they possess. And practitioners are trusted to practice within their competence and within the standard of care. Beyond CME requirements needed for licensure, professionals are trusted to maintain records, explain procedures and pharmaceuticals, obtain informed consent, be aware of diagnostic testing, stay up to date with medical knowledge, and changing or evolving standards of practice in California. And incompetence is too determined by reviewing experts. And what we see with experts in their opinions is they'll say a physician lacks the skill or lacks the knowledge or is practicing outside of their specialty area or failed to meet specialized standards of practice and training. Ultimately, the elements of expert testimony set forth the expectation. The standard of care is a matter within the knowledge of experts. An expert testimony is required in medical board matters to prove or disprove that a medical practitioner acted within the standard of care, unless negligence is obvious to a layperson. Expert testimony is based on such matters as may be reasonably relied upon by an expert in forming an opinion on the subject. This is set forth in case law. In cases relating to medical care, the medical board establishes both the appropriate standard of care and is held to maintain their burden to show that the standard of care has been breached in order to be able to impose discipline. This is done through expert testimony and by qualified experts. And the standard of proof in these cases is clear and convincing to a reasonable certainty. Of course, an expert's opinion can be rejected, and this is something that can happen. In medical board cases, the applicable standard of care is determined by in-practice and qualified medical experts. They must be familiar with the functions and duties expected by clinical practice and evidence-based research regarding the medical treatment in question. Experts generally testify on the community standard of care. The expert assigns the degree of departure from the standard of care, and this assists in determining the causes for discipline, and if the charges are sustained, the degree of discipline to be ordered under disciplinary guidelines. For the medical board, The charging document is an accusation. As we all know, HQE drafts the accusations and proposes them for filing to the executive officer of the medical board. The executive officer of the medical board decides whether or not to sign the accusation, and the charges at the time of filing are based on the available investigative evidence. And the charges in an accusation obviously go through the due process procedure set forth in the Administrative Procedure Act, which includes discovery, expert report exchanges from accused physicians. Patient treatment outcomes are important to consider in this setting. Sometimes the patient suffers no harm and no injury, yet the physician's action can involve extreme departures from the standard of care, and they will be charged and they will be disciplined. At the same time, some cases with significant patient injury or death may result in experts finding no departure from the standard of care, or just one simple departure from the standard of care, which can't be charged. Patient selection, such as where risks and benefits to the patient are relevant, in assessing the applicable standard of care. Complications from the care or treatment, especially when they are foreseeable and part of the informed consent discussion, are usually not determinative of the degree assigned to a departure from the standard of care. That a medical board is held to show that the departure from the standard of care and the degree of departure, whether extreme or simple. In an incompetence case, the medical board may additionally show that the patient was placed in undue jeopardy and that the risk outweighed the benefits for the particular patient. The caveat to this slide, of course, is Business and Professions Code Section 2228.1. This is the law that provides for probation notification to consumers. In specific carve-outs, such as with multiple patient overprescribing cases, patient harm is assessed through the expert opinion only to determine whether or not the physician would need to notify patients that they are on probation. And that's how that law was written, and that is how experts go the extra step to determine whether probation notification is in order. In addition to Business and Professions Code Section 2234, the medical board and all other healthcare oversight agencies can take the extra step of promulgating regulations that further interpret law. Yesterday, you heard about regulations with respect to medical assistance. That is a perfect example of regulations in play, interpreting the scope of a physician's duty to supervise underlings. Where a law is clear-cut, a reviewing attorney can assess whether the law was violated. For example, 2266, which is the statute that dictates that the failure to maintain adequate or accurate records is a violation of law. But from time to time, a Deputy Attorney General may still enlist an expert to assist them in reviewing the law. And in most cases, though, the decision to charge a violation of law is made by HQE. Guidelines, such as the medical board's published pain prescribing guidelines, are not considered the standard of care. However, a reviewing expert, in your case, can recite that the standard of care is consistent with those guidelines, or that the guidelines mirror what a reasonably prudent physician would do under the same circumstances. Again, the standard of care is determined by qualified experts, and this goes for both sides of the equation, prosecution and defense. Ultimately, upon the filing of accusation, we encounter the battle of the experts. In discovery and litigation processes, opposing experts on behalf of the licensee will be disclosed and will present their own application of the facts of the case and their opposing consulting's expert opinion on the applicable standard of care. And again, we have a law on the books, Business and Professions Code Section 2334, requiring exchange of expert opinions in a case set before hearing at OAH. And this assists in the determination of the administrative law judge's subsequent issuance of proposed decisions to tell us which side presented the most convincing version of the standard of care. And ultimately, the medical board is the decision maker, and they consider proposed decisions and they issue the final decisions. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. That was great. It's something that we have been wanting to have for a little while, and I think you've been very thorough in helping us understand these terms and these terms in current day. So I want to open it up to members for any comments or questions to Ms. Castro.
And Ms. Pines, Dr. Thorpe.
Okay, Dr. Thorpe.
Go ahead.
So Ms. Castro, you said that I'm a little confused because you said that there is only one standard of care, and yet it appears that the standard of care is actually determined by the medical experts. And when the medical experts don't agree, which if you have opposing experts that are not going to agree, then the administrative law judge decides between the two which is the standard of care.
That's right.
So there is more than one standard of care.
Well, there's only one that would matter for the decision making. So in the community of practitioners, ultimately, in a case where you are looking at both sides, what the applicable standard of care is decided upon by the presentation of those opinions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have
any other members? Okay, go ahead. TJ?
You mentioned, hey, Gloria, you mentioned that we will have repeated negligent acts, right? And we will charge that. Does that mean that repeated negligent acts is with one patient or with multiple patients?
It could be, yeah, it could be both. But for the purposes of the example here, it could be multiple simple departures. None of those can add up to an extreme. So they stand alone. So they fail to maintain medical records. They failed to put together a treatment plan and check in on the progress of the patient. Both of those standing together, let's say, could be individual simple departures. Repeated negligent acts can also take the place of, if you look at slide 8, for example, an initial negligent diagnosis followed by an act or omission medically appropriate for that negligent diagnosis shall constitute a single negligent act. So where the practitioner goes on path A and continues for a couple of steps on path A on that wrong diagnosis, that's one simple departure. Let's say they change their route and decide on a different route, and there they do it again wrong. Those two would each be simple departures, so you'd have two. And when the standard of care requires a change in the diagnosis and requires a reevaluation, if that doesn't happen, that too can be a departure. The fact that the physician didn't recognize, let's say that route A, the treatment was not having efficacy. There would have been a time where that practitioner should have identified that it was not working and gone back to the drawing board, redrawn their plan for the patient, and then taken a different strategy.
Thank you. So my second question is, because this pertains directly to how I assess cases. You mentioned that there's an applicable standard of care, but that applicable standard of care is determined by a community standard of care.
Yes.
Then on top of that, that is variable when described by two different experts. So two different experts can come from the same community where the standard of care is practiced and have differing opinions about what that standard should be. And then it just comes down to personality and presentation from the experts. It appears like that. Maybe you can clarify that for me.
Of course, sir. Yeah. One would take issue with it being based on that. Obviously, someone who presents better and is calm on the stand, right? They're going to be able to present their facts in a calm and reasoned way. But leaving that aside, it's not a popularity contest. Ultimately, we do demand to see CVs. We do demand to know that this person, this expert, has actually walked in the shoes of the physician they are judging. So how many of those procedures have they themselves done? And when was the last time they did one? And these are the types of things that come out on cross-examination, both by the defense of our experts and ours of theirs. And ultimately, we are looking at where they went to school, where they trained, when's the last time, how many hundreds of these, did they write the textbook on the modality? Were they part of that team that analyzed that and came up with however they're going to be doing this? It doesn't take a university setting in every time period, obviously. It could be just someone from the community. And back to there's only one standard of care, meaning the standard of care is not higher if you're a university professor and you come in and provide expert testimony on how you do it at the university. And it's certainly not when the country doctor comes in and says, well, this is how we do it in Visalia. There's only one standard of care, and that's the middle, right? So in part of our presentation, we said that the standard of care is the expectation. Physicians are not required to go above, but they're not allowed to go below. So there is I don't want to call it a baseline because it's somewhere in the middle, right? Everybody meets halfway. So I hope that makes sense. But yes, the experts' chops really do matter.
What's confusing to me is that I thought this was science-based, and it appears that science has some degree in it, and then it becomes down to, I'm not going to go as far as saying subjective, but it becomes very, okay, this is my experience, and this is my experience, and then to establish a community line through that, what you say, the middle line, I just think it becomes, it moves closer to a subjective opinion that someone can viciously defend. But, we all see these cases, and I'm sure some of us struggle with this because I cannot sometimes see how we get to where we got to, even with the DAG memo. So thank you.
Yes, and in fairness, by the time you see the cases, the standard of care may have evolved, right? It is judged by the time and place of when the care was rendered. So it could be 7 years from when the care was rendered or 3 years from the notice to the medical board. Either way, the physician is judged by the standard of care applicable at the time. So when I said, there's a difference between a pioneer and a renegade, someone can be already doing something that's going to become the standard of care in 4 years. That's not good. And sometimes that's the argument is, well, what I was doing at the time maybe was not generally accepted by the community, but eventually it became the standard of care. The way that we look at that is at the time that they did it, it was not the standard of care. So therefore, it is a chargeable issue. And while that might be frustrating, that is the expectation. The patient needs to be treated pursuant to the standard of care in the community at the time. It does not matter later on if it caught up or that there was no harm. The expectation is that anywhere you are, whether you're receiving free medical care from a member of your church who happens to be a doctor, or you have a concierge physician in a RITI zip code, standard of care is the same. So and ultimately the system works. I mean, we do bring in the two sides of the experts and it gets talked out.
This is Howard.
Yes, Dr. Krause.
Gloria, thank you very much. And for my non-physician colleagues on the board and for the public, sometimes the public thinks that the practice of medicine is a science. While medicine can be viewed as a science, the practice of medicine is not a science. It's an art. I started life as an engineer where everything was precise, but in the practice of medicine, there's a great deal of subjectivity, subjective information provided by the patient, and subjective decision-making on the part of the physician. And that's why we can't draw a line and say, this is the standard of care by science, because the standard of care is really a community standard in a field which has a lot of subjectivity. And that is why our job on the board is so difficult, because we can't define it scientifically. Thank you.
That's right.
Gloria, Dr. Lewis, hi.
Hi.
Do you have something to say to Dr. Krause? Did I interrupt you? Hello?
I think I finished. I think I finished.
Okay. Gloria, I just have one question, because I got confused by one thing you said, under similar circumstances.
Yes.
So can you define that again, please? Thank you.
Of course. Of course. So again, it's doctor-patient interaction, time and place, and what you had at your disposal to use. So one example that we've used to try and discuss this particular point, Dr. Lewis, is you're a doctor. Again, I'm going to pick on Visalia. I apologize. You're a doctor in Visalia, and you are treating a patient who you believe requires a test. The closest provider of that test, let's say it's a CT scan way back when, and they were not readily available. CT scan is 40 miles away. And maybe you have an uninsured patient who perhaps is even non-compliant. The doctor should still recommend that test, whether or not the patient can afford it, whether or not the patient can get there. The standard of care would request that under similar circumstances, had that care been provided elsewhere where there was the machine available right down the hall. They were at a Kaiser or some other big HMO and it was accessible. The standard of care is not lower for the doctor who didn't have the ability to send the patient readily to take the test. It's judged on similar circumstances. So whether or not you're similarly placed, the standard of care would still require that the doctor tell the patient, hey, go take this test. It's not, and record it in the medical record. And so that's how doctors are judged, basically. Had you seen this patient? Had they presented with the same symptoms? Have they presented with the same lab test objectively? And you as the physician thinking, okay, I'm seeing this patient. I happen to be in Visalia. I know that this test is not available. I'm still going to recommend it, and I'm going to document it. So similar circumstances. Same patient walking in at UCLA. I don't know if that helps to explain it, but that's really what that part means.
So I always use the example that, let's say you're in Modoc County, and then they don't have an MRI.
That's right.
The nearest one is several hours away in San Francisco, but the standard of care is the standard of care.
That's
correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Right, and so that doctor, whether or not the patient's not compliant, has the ability or resources or the insurance, none of that. Doctor should still recommend it. Tell them, hey, you need this MRI. I'm sorry, but this test is 400 miles away. You write it down in the medical record. And the doctor has met the standard of care by recommending it.
Dr. Hawkins, sorry.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. This is very, very helpful. Can you tell us, all life is precious. Can you tell us how is that a death of a patient cannot be disciplined or a bad outcome not be disciplined? Why isn't it that someone must have done something wrong if the person died or if they had a bad outcome?
Yes, and I know that as I wrote slide 15, it comes across harshly for the same reason that the patient treatment outcome, harm or lack of harm, as well as what the disciplinary outcome could be for the licensee, revocation, probation, divorce, reports to the National Practitioners Database. They're not generally relevant to the standard of care. Sometimes the patient suffers no harm and no injury, and the physician can be acted upon with discipline and acted in a way with extreme departure. And sometimes significant patient injury or death could result, yet the experts could find no departure from the standard of care, or just one simple. Sometimes this occurs in the context of complications from the care or treatment, especially when they're foreseeable and part of the informed consent discussion. They're usually not determinative of the degree of the departure from the standard of care. So sometimes when there is patient demise, it's from a complication that was foreseeable. On the other side, Dr. Hawkins, sometimes when there is a bad outcome, the experts will look to the patient selection. Did it make sense for this 95-year-old man to get a TURP and diminish his quality of life instead of, going through some other less invasive route? A patient that has high blood pressure or has stroke risks, just because you can do this procedure on a 95-year-old, let's say, you still have to assess the risks and benefits for this patient. So ultimately, those are the types of decisions that the expert really queries and looks at and to see whether it made sense for this patient to undergo that procedure. And sometimes in cases like that, where there is patient demise or the quality of life is such that they die or do not get the benefit that they were promised, and it puts them into a worse position than they were than when they started, then that's where we do see that it matches, right? The harm matches the departure from the standard of care. But it's not always the case, and it is very disappointing, obviously, to everybody involved that for the purposes of the medical board licensing assessment, the harm does not figure in. And that's the way that the law is written. We do not also deal in the money part of it. I think the fact that there could still be discipline without harm goes to show that the disciplinary process is supposed to be preventative in some way as well. If the medical board only proceeded when there is harm, you'd only get a fraction of the cases. Since there is a rehabilitation component, you do want to proceed to prevent, not only to rehabilitate this physician, but also to raise awareness of other physicians who perhaps are doing the same thing and didn't know that it was a departure from the standard of care.
Thank you very much. And I deal with this all the time as a physician in private practice, the complexities of some of this patient care and outcome. And I appreciate Dr. Krause's comment about the art of medicine and the importance of really talking to your patient and having an understanding of what you're trying to accomplish, risk, benefit, et cetera. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Gloria, TJ again. That whole section that you just explained clarified a lot of stuff for me sitting on this board, and I'm sure for other board members. The concern I have is, when we are in that precarious situation, that information, and I'm sure this is not even related to your section, but just for a note on the side, that does not ever get communicated in the way where the public becomes aware, hey, this is what went actually down. Because a lot of the grievances that I hear on the public comment side has to do with people not having found out exactly legal reasons for why certain things happened in a particular way. Mm-hmm. And that would possibly be one factor that we could remedy downstream. Maybe not you, because your office is making this determination. This thing has been exceptionally clarifying and shed some light on some of the difficulties that we face. And Dr. Krause was very informative of making it known that it is an art and it is subjective, and you you mix these the knowledge and what what the patient communicates. And I'm trying to think outside of the box about how we could make this system, and then this is more of asking for help, how we could make this system a little bit, it seems so vague in some elements. And I know we all struggle with this, but I'm just trying to get a grip on it, at least parts of it, so that we can have outcomes that are, I'm asking the impossible, more predictable. But you gotta ask. Thank you, Gloria.
The second panel of the presentation, I went through your own materials, and it's interesting because sometimes it's there, but we just have to read it. And I would point you there, Mr. Watkins. There are resources on the website that perhaps could be more user-friendly, or you could read them and see if they make sense, because a lot of this is set forth there. I know sometimes it's not accessible to everybody, but it is there. And the other thing that is really great, and I would encourage every board member to attend, is the expert training that's put together twice a year at least for experts. And though it's not required attendance for experts at the medical board, if they do attend and complete an exercise, it does increase the hourly rate that they get paid. And this is all pretty much pro bono work. It's very, very, it's not compensated very highly, but it's very, very important that we train our experts. We do take the time to train them. And a member of our staff, Supervising Deputy Attorney General Matthew Davis, is one of the presenters. We have an ALJ. And we also provide the investigator's point of view and the defense's point of view as well, and sample reports. Because if it's something that needs to be explained to patients, it is also something that we need to keep our experts fresh on. And we explain some of these concepts in that training. So I definitely would encourage all members of the board to attend, and I know Dr. Yip would love to see you there.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments? Okay, let's move to, thank you so much, Ms. Castro. Again, very, very comprehensive presentation, something that we've been needing to sort of have. Questions I know I've had, and you've clarified a lot of that for us today. So thank you so much.
That makes me very happy to hear, and I'd like to acknowledge that I did show my presentation to Carrie Webb and also SDAG Matthew Davis, so I want to thank them as well for hearing out these points. And for just a very interesting article in the New York Times Magazine, August 9th, 2020, there is an article on COVID called Doctor versus Doctor, How Much Freedom Should Physicians Have in Treating COVID-19 Patients? The question has opened up a civil war in some hospitals. This was a great article because they're struggling with what is the standard of care for COVID-19 patients. It was fascinating, and it really gives you the struggle that these doctors are going through in establishing what is the right way to go. So I just want to make a plug for that. I don't know anybody on there, but I thought it was a good article.
Okay, thank you. I'll have the staff send us a copy of that article via email. Thank you so much for mentioning it. Host, can we have a call for public comments?
So I've gone ahead and opened up the Q&A box there. The first request from Hannah Ree. Give me a moment to open your microphone. I could have everyone their phones during the public comment so we can hear the callers as clearly as possible.
Yes, hello?
Yes, hello. Line's open. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So this is Dr. Ree, otherwise known as the whistleblower. So it's nice that Gloria Castro has given us this presentation because it really brings everything together. She gives a wonderful, informative presentation, but in fact, she's lying. She's lying, and I know this firsthand because in my case, what happens is this, is that, for example, if the patients in question are being seen by internal medicine, the notes are done in internal medicine notes, that sort of thing. And it's written in a form which goes over organ systems versus, presentation or that kind of thing. What they'll do is they'll spend a lot of time finding an internal medicine physician to support their allegation against a physician. And if they're not able to find them, what they'll do, as in my case, they'll lower the standard, lower the threshold, and find someone from another specialty. So they found a family medicine physician who failed to get his board certification. And even on the witness stand, he admitted that he's not familiar with internal medicine. These are not the type of patients that he sees. And the judge stated, well, standard of care is the same across all professions, but of course it's not. The standard of care for a palliative doctor is not the same as a pathologist. But what the DAG does is they'll just go get whoever to support their case. So what we're hearing from Gloria is actually false information. What we just witnessed is, false statements. And it's hard for me to say because she sounds so articulate and kind and succinct and logical, but it's what we witnessed. And of course, she didn't mention that she's currently a defendant in an ongoing federal civil rights lawsuit. It's been going for 3 years. It's still in the courts. It has not been dismissed. And she's being sued because she manipulates the law to work against the physicians of color. And it's just their standard of practice. I mean, I actually am not criticizing her because I've accepted the fact that, the DAG office is just corrupt. They alter information. They lower the standard of care. Yes, thank you. And so what they do now is they target physicians of color, call them mentally ill, so it goes on their NPDB reports, and they're labeled as such. It's just their standard of practice, and that's where all the money's going. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Eric Andrus. Eric Andrus, are you there?
I'm here.
Go ahead.
TJ, I'm going to illustrate your point for you. First, it's interesting that Gloria said doctors will be disciplined when Carrie just said yesterday that the board can't punish doctors. Remember panel A members when Carrie said that? So who's right with these two dueling attorneys? It's clear that clearing an accusation from the rolls so the board doesn't incur costs unnecessary court costs often takes precedence over the standard of care. I didn't hear Ms. Castro speak to that, but we all know it's a regular occurrence. The system doesn't always work. You should have had a medical expert speak to this and make a comparison to the real world workings of standard of care, not the ideal one that people like Ms. Castro quote to make the board and the AG's office look good and like they're doing their job. Let's take my case, for instance. I had 2 hernia surgeries, both of which failed. The surgeon wanted to do a 3rd surgery, but I no longer trusted her, so I went to a different surgeon for a second opinion. He did a slew of tests that found that the first surgeon left me in really bad condition. He did a corrective surgery on me that found that she had actually done the surgeries wrong and had sewn my stomach to itself instead of to the esophagus in a procedure called a full Nissen fundoplication, rendering the original procedure useless. He notated this in my medical records, and I provided that to the medical board in my complaint against the original surgeon, Dr. Kulmeet Sandhu of Glendale. But as is commonplace with this board, they closed my case stating that the doctor had not violated the standard of care. So if you think about that, they're actually saying that sewing my stomach to the incorrect place in my abdomen, leaving me with a lifetime of ongoing stomach problems, is what all other doctors would have done as well. How many of you agree with that assessment? And how many of you think that that sounds suspicious? We'll look into my case and see that they actually see why they actually closed it. I say it's retaliation for speaking out against the medical board, just like Jenna Jones is doing now with every complaint I filed. So the standard of care be damned. Also, some of these definitions she provided, good God, they're so out of date. No wonder things are going bad. The general standard of care definition comes from a case that took place 183 years ago, and the definition of gross negligence is beyond bizarre. How is an extreme departure at all the same thing as, quote, the want of even scant care? The want of even scant care can be translated to the need of even minimal care. How is that the same thing as an extreme departure? They appear to be opposites. Note that there is no code section quoted for the definition of gross negligence. It is clear that the standard of care, as Ms. Castro confirmed it, is more of a hindrance to patient safety than it should be. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marianne Hollingsworth. Let me open your line. Marianne Hollingsworth, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Marian Hollingsworth, and I'm a patient safety advocate. It seems to me from my experience, the standard of care is the personal opinion of your experts. For example, with the complaint in my father's case, the board expert felt that a doctor met the standard of care when he deliberately drugged my dad with antipsychotics and other sedatives without consent, and that led to his death. A reasonable physician would not do that, especially without any assessment or informed consent. But your expert felt that illegal treatment was the acceptable standard of care. Harm should always be factored into standard of care. How can it not? Considering that this board only disciplines 4% of complaints, ones that include death or egregious harm, I hope you will in the future train your experts so that the standard of care expectation is consistent. I should point out that the doctor in my complaint later showed up in the death certificate project for the overdose death of another patient. That patient died just 6 weeks after I sent in an appeal of the finding in my complaint, warning that someone else will be harmed unless this doctor is disciplined. So in your conclusion, your experts need more training in what constitutes a departure in the standard of care. They should not go by the, well, everyone does it anyway, train of thought. We should follow the true accepted standards. You should not wait for a second death to decide that the standard of care was not met. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Let me unmute your mic. Michelle Montserrat Ramos, are you?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Montserrat Ramos. I'm with Consumer Watchdog. Firstly, Ms. Castro, I appreciate your presentation, your service. Dr. Hawkins, we also appreciate your question. I would like to know how someone can die in a California hospital and their death is not even investigated. Where else in California can you die and there's no investigation, such as the Lord Montserrat case? We cannot agree with you more, Mr. Watkins. What I do have to say is that this information needs to be provided to consumers. I have asked for the very minimum over and over. I have asked that the training materials provided to the medical experts and medical consultants be placed into a video or a document titled, "This is what we are looking for when you file a medical board complaint." All of you have questions. How could you possibly expect consumers to understand how you need their cases presented so enforcement has all the information they need and a consumer protection outcome is reached? In the past, we have discussed this, and board members admitted that some cases are thrown out because they don't have the information they need. I always suspected that. This basic educational tool would help consumers. It would help enforcement staff obtain the information they need. It would cut down the amount of time it takes to investigate a case, and it would cut down the number of angry consumers, patients, and Californians who did not receive a fair outcome. I've approached you with this recommendation for years now. I really hope that our new executive director will enact this is the information we need when you file a consumer complaint video or document at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time I don't see another request in the queue, so I'm going to put it down, turn it back to you.
Great, thank you. Moving to agenda item 22, update from the Health Quality Investigation Unit, Mr. Chris and Ms. Nichols.
Oh, I don't know if you wanted to do agenda item 20.
Did I skip something?
21.
Oh, there's more. I'm sorry. Oh, we have a continue update from Ms. Castro. Ms. Castro?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Wonderful. Sorry about that. We wanted to welcome the new executive officer and all other new staff at the medical board. We look forward to meeting you and working with you in executing your important mission of public protection. We have 3 new deputy attorneys general that have joined the office since February 2020. Latrice Hemphill, Anna Gonzalez, and Thomas Osley bring a passion to their positions and a wealth of prosecutorial experience to the table. Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Osley come to us from the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, and Ms. Hemphill comes to us as a staff attorney background for the California state agencies, including the ABC and DHSS. Quarter 4 of fiscal year 1920 gave HQE an opportunity for professional growth, to say the least. The Health Quality Enforcement Section of litigation practice went through the equivalent of an industrial revolution in the span of 3 months. Notwithstanding the effective shutdown that occurred in most superior courts statewide and federal courts nationwide in March 2020, California's Central Hearing Panel, the Office of Administrative Hearings, never stopped working, never closed, and continued to hold conferences and hear its cases. So at the same time, the Attorney General's office similarly never closed. Our staff nimbly and smartly responded to the challenges of changing the day-to-day and the personal handling in live hearings to new platforms such as CaseLine, a trial presentation software, and Microsoft Teams to the trials in your cases. They indefatigably overcame technology issues to achieve our goals, and they conquered an immense insight and learning curve. They have used their own personal resources to bridge the gap caused by shortages of technology such as webcams. They have all learned on their own how to walk stakeholders in their cases through the process of presenting a hearing, and they have met the challenge due to their passion for this work, achievement-oriented posture, and professional excellence. They have held the hands of witnesses and non-tech savvy experts in the role of appearing by webcam and viewing trial evidence on computers. Our paralegals, analysts, supervising deputy attorney generals, and deputy attorney generals have responded to all challenges to get the job done, and they've applied their problem-solving skills with aplomb. I'm extremely proud of the group I am privileged to lead, and they have shown integrity, leadership, and initiative in their professional work, all while balancing these very troubling times with all of their personal obligations to their families. I'm also grateful that the presiding judges at the Office of Administrative Hearings, specifically Alan Alvord and Susan Formaker, held meetings with me so that I could assist our clients in making sure that their hearings were presented seamlessly in their venues to ensure that public protection missions and this new and exciting frontier of virtual hearings continued uninterrupted. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castro, for your update. Members, do you have any comments or questions for Ms. Castro?
Dr. Yu?
Yes.
2 questions. One is that we probably hear all the time we have public that feel the case that they experience a loved one who not close properly. So moving forward with new director and the comment we make, hopefully the AG can help us create a process for appeal or ad hoc committee by way of legislation that we can make that happen. And the second thing, the launch is like this, like you're our attorney and we are your client, and we, the board, represent the public. So the public, in a way, also your client. Is there a way in the future that, just like applied practice, the lawyer would talk to the client, talk to the client's family, and at the end, close the case, also a conversation with the client. Select the case, sometimes I think that mechanism will also help to improve the communication between the AG and the client, which is the medical and also the public. I know you would have witness and interview the complainant, but I think certain cases, like particularly involving death and all that, almost like a closure that the DAG can help with the medical board staff to create a mechanism that like closing conference or closure with the family or their significant others, I think that would help to improve understanding of the outcome in the future. Thank you, Gloria.
Thank you, Dr. Yip. And yes, I heard with a lot of the tentativeness, the new EO's discussion of finding a different model to perhaps talk things out and make sure that everybody's comfortable with the process that was engaged in. And from time to time, the patients do file letters with the Attorney General's office, and we do engage in what we can engage in discussing their cases with them. Obviously, always respecting the attorney-client privilege, and then your deliberative process rights. But we are here to help in any way we can if it makes folks more confident in the process and increases efficiencies.
Gloria, Jay Watkins again. So my questions is, and I've got about 3 of them, just so that we can manage time. My first question is, how's your staff coping with the workload during this COVID time?
Excellently. I think that because folks are working from home, it has eliminated some of the commute times. So we have not been able to see any difference in the output of our staff. And in fact, it provides them with a respite from everything else that's going on in some cases.
The reason why I'm asking that is because I've been racking my brain when I'm doing some of the cases, and the cases are all short of the guidelines. They are, the guidelines, and there seems to be more reprimands coming through, but that could just be the type of cases that I'm seeing. So I will write that off to that. But the thing that is most troubling to me when I'm reading these memos that come from your office is it's written, and not that I need a soft touch, but with a little bit more sensitivity to the people that were affected by it. And there's a lot of language that sometimes make me go, because it points to an attitude of almost like I'll do this every day, so I stop caring about the people that is affected. Even though things happen, and I know that things happen in life, I would just like to see, as in the bigger picture bigger conversation we were having today about sexual misconduct, that the first thing that needs to change is the culture. And once we can develop a culture of sensitivity to the public or the victims in some of these cases, I think we'll be on a better ground moving forward. And I'm just concerned about that. And I'm bringing this up because I could not possibly be the only board member that is having this experience. And I'm looking forward to your comment.
Yes, I end up reviewing most, if not all, of the stipulation recommendation letters that go to you. And in the view of the fact that it's a legal correspondence vehicle, from time to time, it may come across as something different. I can assure you that none of the members of our staff have any sort of compassion fatigue. If you heard them kvetching in their offices or on the telephone about the result in a case or what the evidence is showing or where the case is going to end up, there is a lot of concern for what occurred to this patient and how to prevent it from happening to others. At the same time, the doctor is involved and they too present their side. So if you have any comments on how a section in that letter could account for something that sounds like a victim impact, I don't know, section, we can certainly hear from you and Carrie Webb if that would be useful for the board. I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. Watkins, but.
It partly does, but not completely, because what I'm saying is that I know it's a legal document. I'm talking about when a legal document is presented to us, it is obviously with the intention to help you make a decision in a particular way. But that sometimes does not have to include lessening the people that were impacted. And if you, I mean, I don't want to get a little bit combative, but I have actual examples of this, but I wouldn't want to share it over here. I would love to have that conversation with you in a different forum, but this is very important to me in terms of the greater vision that the director has in terms of bringing all these positive changes. Positive change can only occur with a different mind and a different culture. And I want to facilitate that, help everybody. We may have done things a certain way, but since this COVID thing hit the world has become more attentive and sensitive to certain things. And I was sensitive before COVID about some of the words, but now I just decided to bring it to the table because we all want to be better. All of us, like Dr. Torp said earlier, we have it in our hearts that we want to do a good job. So thank you.
No, thank you.
Dr. Hawkins, may I speak?
Yes.
Thank you again, Mr. Castro. Question, if you know, or can you speculate, what do you think will be the effect of the improvement in compensation fee schedule on the AG department? How will that translate in the AG department? Do you understand my question?
The compensation to experts who take the additional training?
The compensation to the lawyers who work in the AG department. Your department.
The hourly rate? Is that what we're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the hourly rate hadn't been increased in 12 years. I regret to say that the hourly rate did not have much of an impact on our compensation. Our compensation continues to be well below what is accepted for prosecutors. So, and more recently, we were furloughed, so we have 2 unpaid days a month. So I can't say that the increase in the license and the hourly fees reflected in compensation. What I will tell you is that it does not affect whatsoever my ability to hire and recruit fantastic people. We have folks from all walks of life, very diverse, that bring so many tools to this job. And so even though they don't get compensated monetarily for the hours that they put in, they get compensated in the intangibles of doing a good job and trying to affect change incrementally.
Well, thank you. I think that's unfortunate on one hand, where the economists tell people respond to incentives, and I was hoping you'd tell me that the AG, which I believe are good, are working better, they're happier because they're seeing more dollars on their paycheck. And
we were happy to see the experts get more money because hopefully we can get,
better
yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Castro, for the update. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to move to public comments.
Okay, I've opened up the Q&A box. If anyone would like to make a public comment? Okay, first we have Eric Andrus. Just a moment to open your line. Eric Andrus, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
First, I don't feel sorry that the AG's hourly fees weren't up to. I made $2,000 last year as a volunteer patient safety advocate, and I seem to get by. This relates to the AG's office, but also relates to the presentation earlier by the FSMB. Last year, I contacted the AG's office with a question about a case of Dr. Nicholas Nomikos. Let me read you just a short excerpt from his accusation. Patient C reported that the respondent greeted her with a kiss and a hug, and that he rubbed her back during the hug. The respondent confirmed that the hug and the kiss did occur. Next, the respondent had this patient sit in an examination chair where respondent forced the patient's legs open with his hands placed on the patient's thighs in order for him to maneuver directly in front of the patient. The patient reported that the respondent made inappropriate comments of a sexual nature to her regarding preferred sexual positions and whether he could make house calls. The respondent confirmed that he made these comments. So who can guess what the doctor was actually charged with? Anyone? Let's take a wild stab because of your past record. He was not charged with sexual misconduct, with the harsher disciplinary guidelines, but instead with incompetence with the lesser guidelines. So to prove Gloria wrong again, I asked her why this happened and she wrote back and basically said, the AG's office represents Kimberly Kirkmeyer and is unable to provide an answer without violating attorney-client privilege. So that's her idea of doing well with the public and making sure we all understand why they do things. If everything was done on the up and up, why would they have to worry about attorney-client privilege? This is the kind of non-transparency that brings the medical board and the AG's office under suspicion of misconduct. Remember when Ms. Castro got under Judge Feinstein's skin when she was talking about how a DAG had screwed up a case and they weren't able to use any of the evidence? Ms. Castro said at the time she would look into it, and I've inquired several times what the outcome of her investigation was, and she's never given a report on that. I guess it was a good outcome, and Judge Feinstein was right, and Ms. Castro doesn't want to have to admit it. I would hope that if she doesn't want to answer me, the board members would be equally curious about the DAGs who screw up cases like this. This behavior by Ms. Castro is not an acceptable standard of care. Going forward with the sunset review in mind, I would suggest getting a new representative to the AG's office who actually cares about patient safety. I don't think consumers would appreciate how the AG's office behaves if they knew how often they were covering up corruption. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Hannah Ree. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, thank you. So Miss Gloria Castro, she's a beautiful, soft-spoken, corrupt murderer of reputations. Gloria Castro must go. It was under her guidance that Black physicians were targeted with death in their reputations. Gloria Castro is a liar, and she castrates physicians of color. Gloria Castro encourages her DAGs to mock, ridicule, and stab to death the physicians of color with her soft, sweet voice. For Ms. Castro, Gloria Castro, to be stating that, she's had furloughs a couple of times a month, well, I think it's our new reality. It's called defunding the police. It's time Ms. Castro has got to step down. Gloria Castro represents the high number of Black physicians who have had accusations filed against them in a documented report. Speaking of white power and murder by hanging physicians of color reputations, we haven't heard much from the hanging judge herself, Ms. Lawson, who avoids any type of work dealing with people of color. We also believe that perhaps maybe it's time that medical expert becomes a voluntary position. Maybe they can earn a letter of recommendation or something else, but that, I don't know, I'm not sure why we have to pay top dollar for medical experts. And that it's time for medical experts, as I've always said, and I filed many lawsuits, have got to have on their resume evidence of having worked, forget the training, but worked in promoting diversity, saw a diverse patient population. Most of your medical experts come from a whites-only clinic. It's true. So I thank you for your patience. Gloria Castro must stop castrating doctors of color. Gloria Castro must go. She needs to step down. It's time. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in the queue, so I'll go ahead and close the window and turn it back to you.
Okay, great. Okay, now moving on to agenda item 22, update from the Health Quality Investigation Unit, Mr. Chris and Ms. Nichols.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is David Chris, and I'm the Chief of the Department of Consumer Affairs, Division of Investigation. I'll be providing an update on the division's Health Quality Investigation Unit. HQIU currently has 2 investigator vacancies, which is a 2.5% vacancy rate. Pursuant to Senate Bill 425, HQIU was given the authority to hire 3 additional sworn investigator positions this next fiscal year to handle the increase in mandated sexual misconduct case referrals. We've already selected the candidates for these positions, and they are currently in the background process. I'd like to share a graph. And I'm not seeing it there. All right, the graph is in the background packet, and it's the monthly opened and completed graph for fiscal year 19 and 20. The graph displayed showed the amount of cases that HQIU has completed versus received for this past fiscal year. HQIU has been very productive and has completed significantly more cases each month for the last 6 months that they have received. This will reduce the pending workload and lead to faster case completion times. Even with the pandemic, staff have adapted to the changing work environment and are completing investigations. Many interviews have transitioned to the phone and video conference, and all cases are progressing. DFI has also gone through an extensive review by the department's Organizational Improvement Office to identify areas to streamline processes and reduce workload and timelines. One recommendation was increased monitoring of cases, monthly case reviews, and ongoing weekly discussions between investigators and supervisors on urgent and priority cases. In July of 2020, all HQIU supervisors attended training on monthly case reviews, investigation and report quality, and proper monitoring of investigations. Each month, case status notes will be entered on all cases so clients can see the progress of each case on a monthly basis. Another recommendation was to better utilize non-sworn staff to assist investigators. One part of the process that is handled by investigators is the expert process. Once investigations are completed, they are reviewed by same specialty expert reviewer. It takes a lot of time to research the appropriate expert, screen experts, and prepare expert packages. These tasks can be better handled by non-sworn staff. To address this issue, HQIU has created our new Expert Procurement Unit, the EPU. This unit will contain 4 analysts and a supervisor and be responsible for locating, screening, and sending expert packages for cases statewide. The supervisor position has already been filled and interviews were conducted for the 4 analyst positions and candidates were selected. These hires are pending final clearance from personnel and should have start dates shortly. This new unit will make the expert process more and give sworn investigators more time to devote to investigative tasks, which will reduce case completion times overall. Additionally, we'd be happy to meet with the board staff to discuss ways to modify case management and streamline processes to achieve cost savings. That concludes our update, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions from the members? No questions from the members? Okay, any questions from the public, or comments rather?
I've activated the Q&A feature. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please post a message in there. First up, we have Hannah Reed. Give me just a moment to open your line. Hannah Reed,
Yes, thank you.
please go ahead.
Chief David Chris, your days are numbered in your position. It's time to step down. With your leadership, all the money that the medical board has been giving to the investigative process, most of it goes to your department, and there's no accounting for it, the results of which do not help patient care. Chief David Chris is a murderer of reputations of physicians of color. Here we have the person, the leader, who's costing the medical board a large sum of money that's not accounted for. No one from the medical board will comment, but I can comment because I'm a whistleblower. Chief David Chris is an articulate, quintessential, corrupt policeman who has killed by strangulation the income of Black physicians. Chief David Chris takes all that money that you give to him to buy the bullets to shoot colored physicians in the back. Chief David Chris must go. His time is up. This is a new day, a new era. We are in the process of defunding the HQIU and the AG. Chief David Chris, it's time to go. We had filed a civil rights lawsuit that involved him as well as, I believe it was Kirchmeier. And Kirchmeier stepped down and it was dismissed. And I did not refile because we believe that you all will decide correctly that Chief David Chris must go. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in the queue.
Sorry, Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chris, when you look at that slide, looks like we're plateaued.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let me bring Mr. Chris back into the. I thought we were moving on to the next agenda item. Give me just a second.
Well, I suspect other people are thinking. No one's asked.
Mr. Chris, you're back in as a panelist. If you could just verify you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello.
Dr. Hawkins, again, I suspect other members wouldn't want to know the answer. So we look at your slide, the time to complete did not significantly change. And it sounds like we have the lowest numbers of investigator vacancies. What can we reasonably expect from your department? Because those look like anything is changing substantially.
Yeah.
I realize it's not only your department that closes cases, but that which you have control over.
Yes, and I think what we're seeing is we did go from a substantially high vacancy rate, and vacancy rate is actually improving dramatically. And so I think what you're seeing is a lot of the older cases that were closing currently make the closed case average go up. And so those cases had been open for an extended amount of time. Now we have more staff closing more cases. And so the numbers look high, but over time, as we're fully staffed, the case completion times go down. So trend as the staffing stays up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next agenda item is 23, update from the Department of Consumer Affairs, which may include updates on the department's administrative services, human resources, enforcement, information technology, communications and outreach, as well as legislative, regulatory, and policy matters. Ms. Holmes.
Good afternoon, Board President Pines, board members. I'm Carrie Holmes, Deputy Director for Board and Bureau Relations at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for having me to your meeting. I want to congratulate the Medical Board of California and welcome your new team. Welcome, William Persipka, and congratulations on your appointment as Executive Director. And welcome also to Reggie Varghese, your new Assistant Executive Director. Though both of you are new to DCA and California, we are all seeing that you're bringing a wealth of experience and you've hit the ground running, especially during this challenging time. Finally, congratulations and welcome to your newest board member, Dr. Cynthia Tirado. I am brand new as well. I was appointed by Governor Newsom to serve as the Deputy Director for Board and Bureau Relations beginning June 1st. I most recently came from the Senate, where I was Legislative Director for Senator Jim Bell. Before my time in the legislature, I served at the Secretary of State's office as an assistant deputy. I've always been passionate about consumer protection, and so I'm very happy to be here at DCA working with the boards and bureaus. I'm part of a new leadership team, as you know. In January, Governor Newsom appointed Lourdes Castro Ramirez as the new Secretary of the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. In March, Governor Newsom appointed Jennifer Simoes as DCA's Deputy Director of Legislation. And finally, on April 16th, Christine Lowley was appointed by Governor Newsom as the Chief Deputy Director of DCA, and she joined us last month. Now that Director Kirkmeyer has her team in place, she can devote more time to her top priorities. I'm happy to report that last month, the DCA Budget Office and the Office of Information Services, or OIS, launched 4 new budget expenditure and revenue reports utilizing Fiscal information. The reports are fast, detailed, and easy to generate. The 4 new reports, expenditure projection, revenue, and revenue projection, can be produced using DCA's Quality Business Interactive Reporting Tool, or QBIRT. These fast, accurate reports with clean data will aid the medical board leadership in providing budget reports to the board members and board materials. Mr. Varghese is working with the DCA Budget Office to begin running these reports for the board. DCA is very pleased to be providing these reports, and we're working on 3 more budget reports to be released in the near future. Another DCA priority is regulations, improving both timelines and transparency. DCA's regulations unit was created by DCA Legal to directly assist boards and bureaus with regulations packages. The department also developed an online system to electronically manage and track regulations packages and streamline their review, called Sharewell. Sharewell testing with a pilot cohort is now complete. There will be regular check-ins with the pilot groups to solicit feedback, and the feedback will be evaluated to determine the next steps in the rollout plan. In addition to the regulations, DCA is taking a hard look at the investigation process, as you heard from Mr. Chris. The Organization Improvement Office has completed an evaluation of the investigation process. A report will be released soon with process improvements that will be implemented. The overall goal of these efficiencies is a reduction in case timelines and pending cases. We understand how important these timelines are, and it's a top priority. Our work continues even though COVID-19 has changed the way we do business now and in the future. DCA temporarily closed all offices to the public in March in response to state and local stay-at-home orders to help reduce the spread of COVID-19. DCA and the boards and bureaus have implemented telework plans and have required physical distancing for those employees who cannot telework. DCA offices reopened to the public on June 15th with preventative measures to safeguard the health and safety of our employees and visitors. We are truly grateful for your continued service and to your staff for being so flexible. I know that your board has at least 6 staff working on contact tracing, and I want to thank you for that. The work is vital not only to keep people safe and healthy, but also to allow more of our economy and services to remain open. As you know, during the state of emergency, DCA has also been busy issuing waivers needed to maintain the licensed workforce during COVID-19. To date, DCA has issued 44 waivers ranging from continuing education requirements, telehealth requirements, and licensure reinstatements. We'd like to ask you to look at the existing waivers and changes that have affected your board and licensees. What might be helpful to keep in the long run? DCA is looking at identifying areas where changes could be made on an ongoing basis. Welcomes any feedback or ideas you have. I look forward to getting to know you better and hopefully in person soon. In the meantime, if you have any questions or need anything from DCA, please don't hesitate to reach out. I am new, so I may not have the answer for you today, but I'll find it. I'm here to help. Thank you again for inviting me to your meeting. That concludes my presentation, and I'll hand it over to Board President Pines.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Nice to meet you and welcome to your new position. Are there any questions or comments from the members? Okay. Any comments from the public?
I've gone ahead and activated the question and answer feature. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please go ahead and indicate so now. We have one request from Hannah Reed. Let me open your line. Hannah Reed, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Holmes, just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Hannah Reed, Dr. Reed of Black Patients Matter. I'm a whistleblower, and I just want to let you know that, so we had sued Graffillo, which is why he's no longer the director there. And we also sued Kimberly Kirchmeier, so she stepped down from the medical board, and now she's with your agency. You know, the fact that Kirchmeier is now subpoenaing, I think I used the word correctly, is now submitting, now that she has these subpoenas against advocate groups, I can tell you to please let her know that we will be filing a federal civil rights lawsuit against her. And at this point, she no longer needs to be part of the state of California. All these problems that are now being seen at the medical board, the high cost of the HQIU, the length of time it takes to get cases to the hearing, I mean, that happened all under her watch. So now with the subpoena for patient groups, I mean, that's under her watch. Graffillo never subpoenaed patient advocate groups. So I see that the true problem here is Kimberly Kirchmeier. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests for public comment in the queue, so I'll turn it back over.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on to the agenda item 24, election of the officers. I would like to ask for nominations for president.
May I speak?
Yes.
This is Howard Krause. Although the saying is probably a few hundred years old, in 1864, during the presidential election, there was some guidance against switching horses midstream. And I'm concerned that we're coming upon sunset review. And although it has been our practice every couple of years to move up the one rung on the leadership ladder, Ms. Pines, if you will accept it, I would like to nominate you for president with your depth of experience in our last sunset review. I think it would serve the board well for you to take us through our next sunset review. So I nominate Denise Pines for president.
I accept the nomination. Thank you for your confidence in me moving forward in this next sunset. I'd like to now ask the host for public comments.
I've gone ahead and open the window for public comments again in the QA window. If you'd like to make a public comment, please post a message there and I'll call in the order received. First request we have is for Hannah Reed. Hannah Reed, are you there?
Yes, thank you. If I could nominate and vote, I would definitely nominate and vote for Ms. Pines as well. I have a lot to learn from her, as far as how to be patient, how to articulate clearly, how to seek justice, but not be so angry. And I applaud her for helping with the transition of our change in executive director. So thank you so much. I'm learning a lot being here at the meetings with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, there are no other requests in queue. So I'll go ahead and close it down.
Okay, members, please unmute your computers. Ms. Codwell, please perform the roll call.
Dr. Gronadev?
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins? Dr. House?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
She left.
Thank you. Ms. Liana? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Corrado?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Ms. Pines?
Aye. So I'm president again, and I will continue to move this board in the direction that we have embarked upon since I came onto the board. And we have a new challenge in front of us with our sunset review, but I think this is an exciting time. We have a new vision. I think we have some clarity after today on some of the things that we believe will advance the board's mission. And I look forward to leading that charge. So thank you. I would now like to ask for nominations for vice president. I'm going to nominate Dr. Ron Lewis for vice president to join me in this effort. As Dr. Krause mentioned, that we have a lot to accomplish and we don't want to change the guard at this moment. And now I would like to ask for if Dr. Lewis is accepting.
Second.
Yes, I'm accepting. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you for both. I will now ask the host for public comments.
Okay, I've opened up the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so in there. Call you in order of receipt. First up, we have Hannah Ree. Hannah Ree, are you there?
Yes, thank you. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for Dr. Lewis, all the years in medicine, all the accomplishment. I'm just concerned that this could be wearing on him. I'm just concerned about his health. You know, I don't want anything to happen to him, you know, physically, but, you know, I guess if he's feeling fine, then that's fine. But, you know, I just don't want him, you know, in the worst health condition with the stress of, you know, this, and me showing up at the meetings too. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, there are no other public comments in the queue.
Okay, great. Members, please unmute your phone, or computers rather, sorry. Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call.
Dr. Gronadev?
Yes.
Dr. Watkins?
Yes.
Dr. Krause?
Yes.
Ms. Mizuno? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tirado?
Yes.
Mr.
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Ms. Pines?
Yes. Congratulations, Dr. Lewis. I look forward to you working with me on Sunset Review.
Yes, I also look forward to working with Ms. Pines. We have a lot of work cut out for us, and I couldn't ask for a better partner to lead the board through sunset and the other challenges that are coming upon us. So thank you very much for your vote of confidence. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. I would now like to ask for nominations for secretary.
Dr. Hawkins, may I speak?
Yes.
I'd like to nominate again Dr. Howard Kraus for secretary position.
I second it.
Second.
Okay. Nominations are now closed. I would like to ask the host for public comments.
I open the Q&A window again. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please send them and call you in order received. Okay, at this time, I see no request for public comment. And shut it down.
Okay. All right. Members, please unmute your computers. Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call, please.
Dr. Gonadev.
Aye.
Dr. Hopkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Yes.
Dr. Torado.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Aye.
Dr. Yep.
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Aye. Congratulations, Dr. Kraus. We look forward to you working with us as well and continuing on this journey that we've embarked upon some years ago. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Now we're moving to agenda item 25, future agenda item. Do any of the members want to add a future agenda item?
Ms. Pines, I have several to suggest.
Okay, please share.
It's not critical that they be all addressed at the next meeting, although
Sure.
one would be timely to address. And I think that we need, and California physicians need, an update on telehealth regulations. The telehealth barrier against physicians in one state caring for patients in a state in which they are not licensed was lifted as a emergency action during our era of COVID. But it would be helpful to know whether or not there are limitations in that emergency action, whether or not that emergency action has an expiration date, and to reinforce what the laws will be once that emergency action expires. So a telehealth update would be very useful. The other two items, which are not urgent, and if we have a lot of work to do for sunset review at the next meeting, could be held over to a subsequent meeting, is I'd like to have a review of the outcomes of our special faculty permit program. I think the special faculty permit program was begun a couple of decades ago, specifically intended to improve research and education by bringing esteemed physicians from all over the world to California, as well as to provide cutting-edge clinical care. So I'd like an analysis of what the fruits of the special faculty permit program have been regarding its intention to improve education and research in California. And furthermore, if this has also borne fruit in terms of improving access to Californians to care that might not otherwise have been available absent the special faculty permit program. And then the third item is I think we need to look at an expert witness quality assurance program if we don't have one in place already. As has been suggested by both the public and our own board members and the AG's office, at times we're in a quandary in terms of the accuracy, the value, the success of a opinion that may be offered by an expert witness. And I'm wondering to what degree there may be feedback to the expert witness if we find any question or deficiency in the analysis, and what mechanisms we have in place to maintain the highest quality of our expert witness program. So if at a future date we could speak to an expert witness quality assurance program, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other members?
Dr. Hawkins.
Okay. Yes.
So two things for consideration. You'll probably recall a couple of times we had a representative from the California Academy of Family Practice requesting an update to the postgraduate training license. So it looks like there is a request for some discussion about that. And the second one, if we have enough information, it appears it might be appropriate to have an update on the depth certificate project. Those are two items.
Okay, thank you. Any other members?
Yes. Dr. Yip.
Okay, Dr. Yip.
Like staff to help research or advise on how we can mandate licensee to have sound malpractice insurance if they involve in any kind of clinical activity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori here.
Okay, Lori.
Yes, to build upon Dr. Krause's request, I had also asked for telehealth, some sort of update on telehealth in light of COVID in our last meeting, but also want to emphasize from the consumer perspective what they can expect in this kind of situation, you know, some general guidelines or kind of do's and don'ts, some practical information to pass along to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
TJ Watkins here. I have two future agenda items. It doesn't have to happen right now. The first one is to build on the sexual misconduct presentation that we had today. And it is about giving us insight into boundary violations and what all all of what will help us make a better decision in when we assess those sexual misconduct cases. There's a whole area of that. And my next exploration is to get an expert or someone that is an addiction specialist in the area of substance use disorders. Again, to give us insight into the background, into if someone is consuming a certain amount of alcohol, what are its effects on that person? And we get a lot of, this person is not a substance use disorder candidate, and then we don't utilize the uniform standards. And I would just like the board to have a presentation that will clarify who are we dealing with and what their usual actions are in the when they have a substance use disorder or when they claim not to have, but the behavior still exhibits that of a disorder. So that would be my future agenda items. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other board members? We have quite a few future agenda items. I think the most I've seen since I've been on the board.
Ms. Pines, Dick Thorpe.
Okay, Dr. Thorpe.
Well, this is, you know, I had made a previous request about the issues regarding pharmacy This is actually, we got a very long and detailed letter from a person regarding intractable pain. So I think it would be, you know, we've had all of this information about opioid epidemic, but one of the things that is really concerning to me is that there is a subpopulation of patients who are seriously being being disserved. The process of how to deal with intractable pain has been basically cut off at the knees because no physicians are willing to give narcotics, and they, you know, because of the fear of retaliation or investigation by the medical board. And there are a number of patients who are in a category of care who, if you send them to the pain doctor, they get the routine, blocks and radio frequency nerve ablations. And if they're 80 years old and have atrial fibrillation and are chronically anticoagulated, it's very difficult to get a neurosurgeon to take a look at them. So there's a whole category of people who have intractable pain who are suffering because there is no access to opioid therapy for them, or it's very limited, or it's very restricted. And some of them have been on very high doses over the years. Now they're limited to a very, very low dose of morphine equivalent where they can't function. But I think it would be helpful to have, given the understanding of the importance of diversion, the problem we've had with diversion and opioid-related deaths, and the safety of practice related to opioid therapy, the fact that now we're under this, anyone who does that kind of therapy is considered suspect, and it's not, quote, the standard of care. I think it's important for the board to actually define the standard of care in relation to intractable pain. And that is I think that is an urgent item. That in combination with the problems related to the pharmacies who are for profit and are not really caring for the patients. Now they just want to protect their own selves from lawsuits. So it's a very toxic environment right now for those patients who are having real problems with intractable pain and can't get the care they need because they can't see a physician. And when they do go to the pharmacy, they're treated like they're not treated well.
Okay.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Sure. Do we have
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
So I actually want to echo Dr. Kopp's concern on the pain. And actually, I think this is really an urgent thing. We see every day there are very hard to find physicians who are providing pain management. And some patients have to travel very long and they're not getting it. I think we need to have some real guideline for that and encourage people who treat pain that they be careful, follow the guideline, but we need to have to give them guideline and all the stuff and take care of those patients. They are really suffering. So I would strongly recommend that this should be an urgent matter to address.
Okay. Thank you. Any other, does anyone else have any future agenda items? Okay. Host our final comments from the public for the day.
I've opened the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. Not seeing any, but I'll give it another second here.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not receiving any public comments, so.
Okay, great. Well, we have reached our final agenda item 26, which is adjournment. Thank you all for participating today. The next board meeting is scheduled for November 12th and 13th, 2020, and will be in the same format at that time. So thank you, and everyone have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Travel safe.